6:04 p.m., April 21st, 2014. It's time to call this regular meeting of the San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board of Trustees to order. Mr. Overfeld, we have a quorum, correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. Let the record show that a quorum of the board members are present, that this meeting has been duly called, and notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This time, if you'd stand for opening ceremonies. As is the custom, first a moment of silence. I believe Mr. Mesa wanted to make a moment of silence recognition for someone, and also Mr. Overfeld as well, so Mr. Mesa.
I'd just like to observe a moment of silence for all the high school students that lost their lives near Jinju, South Korea. If we could, please.
Mr. Overfeld?
And yes, sir, for former aircraft maintenance instructor Fred Langford, who passed this week.
So for those and others, a moment of silence. And now the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 4A being Del Rio High School exemplary migrant students. Michelle Smith and Ms. Gonzalez are presenting.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Garabedian and Dr. Rios, members of the board. The Migrant Student Graduation Enhancement Program held its 27th annual Migrant Student Recognition Ceremony on March 31st on the campus of the University of Texas at Austin. Approximately 100 students representing 14 school districts were honored after completing distance learning courses through the Migrant Student Graduation Enhancement Program, a program of UT Austin's K-16 Education Center. Texas has the second largest migrant education program and the largest interstate migrant student population in the nation. Students and their families migrate annually from Texas to 47 other states to work in agricultural and other seasonal jobs. With the help of this program, migrant students are able to stay in school and graduate high school on time. The Migrant Student Graduation Enhancement Program has enrolled more than 29,000 students during the past 27 years in its mission to increase the graduation rate of high school migrant students in Texas. Since its inception, thousands of migrant students have earned high school credits through the program's distance learning courses to help them reach their goal of high school graduation. Many of these students are the first in their families to reach this educational level, and a number of the program's high school graduates are now attending college in Texas and across the nation. Of the approximately 100 students honored March 31st, 40 were selected as exemplary migrant students. Del Rio High School senior Martin Ibarra was among the 40 migrant students who were honored for their exemplary achievements during the university's Migrant Student Recognition Ceremony. I have a little. Okay. Martin Ibarra was born and raised in Del Rio, Texas. He is the youngest of Marco and Josefa Ibarra's 4 children. According to his educator, growing up, Martin has worked in construction, in carpentry, and he has picked seasonal cotton in Palmer, Texas. Martin excels at Del Rio High School. With a strong passion for the field of welding, Martin has already earned a number of certifications, including certifications in Occupation Safety and Health Administration and National Center for Construction and Research. He is determined to graduate under the Distinguished Achievement Plan and has enrolled in distance learning courses from the Migrant Student Program. Taking the UT Migrant courses allowed me to have extra time for my welding class and all the projects involved with this class, says Martin, who has also completed dual enrollment courses in law enforcement and U.S. history. In his spare time, Martin is involved in as many welding volunteer opportunities as possible. He is president of the Skills USA Welding Organization, and he was selected as the Career and Technical Education Student Ambassador during his senior year. Martin also works as a migrant student tutor. His great attitude, calm demeanor, and sacrifices fuel his potential to be successful in his technical college career, trade, and thereafter, says Martin's educator. Martin has been accepted to Texas State Technical College, where he will obtain an associate's degree in welding technology. My goal is to become a certified inspector. The welding industry is continuously growing, and there are many opportunities for certified welders, says Martin. Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, community of Del Rio, it is an honor to congratulate and to present to you Del Rio High School's 2014 exemplary migrant student, Martin Ibarra, with the support of his parents, Marco and Josefa Ibarra.
Congratulations. Say thank you to program who has helped me. Because of them, I'm graduating distinguished. And thanks to Stella Zaragoza, who has been with me through thick and thin. Thank you so much. Can we get a photo?
Federal programs have requested that the board take a picture with our honored students.
Yes.
I guess they're gonna go, but if we can get everybody together. Yeah, thank you. Can we squeeze in just a little bit more, please? Perfect. Okay. Here we go. Computer monitors anyway. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is 4B, but that's not going to be covered at this time. That will come back at a later date. I believe there's some more information that was needed. So that brings us to 4C, Career and Technical Education Recognition of Students Advancing to National and World Competitions, Mr. Casillas and Mr. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. As the CT director, it makes me very proud tonight to continue our tradition of excellence at the school district. Students enrolled in 3 CT student organizations have earned an opportunity to advance to national and world competition events. The first of the groups, Del Rio High School chapter of Future Business Leaders of America, FBLA, competed at the Texas FBLA State Leadership Conference in Corpus Christi, Texas on March 13th through the 15th. By earning the top places in their respective events, these students qualified to represent the state of Texas at the FBLA National Competition to be held June 27th through July 3rd in Nashville, Tennessee. And providing you with additional information on our FBLA program is the sponsor, Ms. Larissa Garanzuay.
Hello. As Mr. Gonzalez said, we went back in March to compete at the state level in Corpus Christi. There were 11 students competing from Del Rio High School. 8 of them had first, second, or third place. 4 of those students qualified to nationals, and they're here right now. First of all is Shannon Berry, placed second in business calculations. Then we have Ryan Hill, he placed third and also in business calculations. Victoria Sanchez, she placed second in business communication. And Erica Ong placed third in job interview. These 4 students will travel, 2 of them juniors, 2 of them seniors, will travel this summer to Nashville, Tennessee to complete at national level. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Garanzuay. The tradition continues. I know yesterday was actually Easter, and we have the bunnies back. Tricks are for kids. CT students enroll in Del Rio High School. I'm sorry. We're going to continue with the welding program. CT students enroll in Del Rio High School's welding program, competed and placed at the District Skills USA event in San Antonio in February, and advanced to the state competition in Corpus Christi on March 26th through the 29th. Students in the welding team, fabrication team, are advancing in Skills USA national competition to be held June 23rd to June 27th in Kansas City, Missouri. And now presenting the information on the welding program is the teacher, Mr. Todd Townsend.
Good evening.
Evening, sir.
First of all, thank you all for having us up here. We're going to start off with a little bit of what our project was for not only our district but our state. And we named it Big Jim. It was because of Jimmy Murdoch's daddy had an old pit. It was about 30 years old, and it cooked 1,000,000 times for local charities around here, so he wanted to do something to honor his father. And here we go. We started off building the base of the trailer. Some people say, oh, you made it all. I said, yeah, we made every bit of it from the ground up. And we took that 30-year-old pit and we married it together. And after a piece of pipe cooks 1,000,000 times, it gets egg-shaped. And so the new pipe and the old pipe didn't really work, so we made a little modification there, and the guys put that together, and it turned out where most people don't even know it's done. And continue on. This shows the backside with the firebox. What makes it unique is it's not only steel, but it's steel lined with fire brick and then steel again. So when it's hot, it'll stay hot for a week, and you can let the fire go out. So it's very, very thermal, cooks on a low amount of wood, so it makes it kind of unique. Continue on. And then as we get farther along, you kind of see the wing that we added to walk on. That lower left picture is a little bit hard to see, but that's kind of the whole pit itself before it's painted. And then some of the guys up on top working on the firebox. And then there's the roof that we added at the very end. Between winning at district and state, we came back and added a roof and another catwalk and a couple more steps. And there's state winning first place. And it also had a perfect score of 100. So we're proud of that. These gentlemen here everyone was involved in it. Luis Salcedo, raise your hand, guys. Juan Salcedo, Angel Campagnon, Rafael Cabrero couldn't be here this evening, nor Leonardo Sotucci. Martin Ibarra, I think you've probably met him already. Jorge Romo, again, couldn't come. Eliseo Perez, Ray Reyes, Roger Sanchez, and Raul Guerrero. And then these guys went on to compete in multiple events. So it wasn't just this time. At our district meet, we had Eliseo place third in a sculpture with a helicopter. Ray, where's Ray at? Ray's over here. Ray did second place with his anchor and chain. That qualified him to go on to the state level. In our speed skills, which is the guys that physically go up and weld whatever they throw at them that minute. You never know what's going to happen. And that's the hardest competition there is, bar none. And we won first, second, and third. Roger over here was third. Martin was second. And Leo, again, couldn't make it tonight, had a job. He was first there. And they qualified first place to go on and do the actual welding, second and third to take technical information tests, which we'll get to that in a second. That's a booger bear in itself. And then finally, our team that it's a pretty serious competition. The same thing. Not only do they go in not knowing what to expect, they're given a stack of materials and they're told to create something out of it, and it has to be exact to match. And there's a team of 3 at the district level that won first place. That's Angel, Rafael, and Juan. And Rafael couldn't compete at the state level. Something came up, so we had an alternate student come in, Roger, that had already won another. That's why he got so many medals on. He was doing triple duty. So anyway, at the state level, again, the pit won the perfect 100 score. We had Martin and Roger both get the bronze in technical information. It went for 17 years and never even a bronze medal in that competition. So they're not competing against other individuals. They're competing against the standard. So that was pretty good. They both placed this year, 70 and 76. Our second place winner in the skills, Leo. And finally, the team that qualified to go on to nationals, Angel again, Juan Salcedo, and Roger there. Those 3 boys are going to go on to the national event. They have already given us what we're going to do. They give you a theme. The theme is a tool cart dash trailer. And then they give you a bill of materials. Beyond that, it's up to you. You have to create your own blueprints, and they have to match AWS specifications with all welding symbols, price it out, the whole works. When you get there, you give 3 copies to the judge the day before. They give you through orientation, and there's 52 teams now at nationals. And these guys are going to take this, and there'll be 52 different designs. They get to each design their own, and then go and show it and build it. They have 6.5 hours from start to finish to complete it. And I tell you, I've seen many of them walk out after 6.5 hours, or even at the district level, and go, that went by like an hour. It flies by. But anyway, these are the guys. Really proud of them. Thank y'all for having us up here. Oh, yeah. We have a little token for you guys.
Congratulations. Well, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Good job. Good job. Proud of you. Appreciate that very much. Doing great. Y'all are doing excellent. Appreciate it. Enjoy. Appreciate it. I seen you guys at worship. Good job. I've been there and done a heck of a job. Congratulations again.
Since I was 4 years old.
Congratulations.
Oh, and this is for
Congratulations to the senior fellows that work. Hey, congratulations, senior kids work. Great. Again, thank you.
You know, the baby future was in my 5th grade class. Mr. Townsend, let's get to the center, let's get all the way
That's
around.
a lot of hard work you got there. A lot of hard work too.
Right in the center, sir, and let's get all the guys around you. All right, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
All right, guys, one more photo. Hold up. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Again, the tradition continues now with our rabbits. The tricks are for kids. Del Rio High School's robotics FRC team 4063 competed in 3 regional tournaments, winning different awards in each of the competitions. The teams earned the right to compete at the first for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology World Championship for the 2nd straight year by winning the Engineering Inspiration Award at Hub City Regional Competition held March 5th through the 8th in Lubbock. Students will be traveling to the World Championship to St. Louis, Missouri, and they leave tomorrow. So let me welcome Mr. Brad Bilodeau and Mr. Davis, which are the sponsors of the robotics.
I'd like to thank you for the support you've given us in the last 3 years. It's been a great ride for us. We're going to have our future and our past president, vice president are actually engineering club and robotics. You guys, the board, our board are going to present a quick presentation for you guys.
Good evening. We are proudly FRC Team 4063, representing the community of Del Rio. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight, and thank you for the ongoing support you have provided to our team. Our presentation is a look into our past, present, and future. We hope you enjoy it.
As you can see, our team has increased by 20 students since our rookie season. Everyone is invited to join, and we have students from all ages and talents on our team. 100% of our graduating seniors are college bound, and 86% are pursuing STEM careers.
Our team consists of 2 coaches and 16 regular mentors from across the community. Our coaches and mentors provide over 100 hours of their personal time to make our team a success. Team 4063 has dedicated over 1,000 hours in community service in alone 2013. This helps support our core values of teamwork, dedication, passion, and fun. The next slide is pictures from our build season.
Team 4063 has been successful since year 1. We've won various awards over the last 3 seasons, including the Engineering Inspiration Award, which catapulted us right into the World Championships. The life lessons we are learning are evident in our 4 gracious professional wins in 3 years.
Although we did not win a regional this season, first, it's more than just building a robot. It is about building confident, competent community leaders. The work our team has done in the community helped us win the Engineering Inspiration Award. The Chairman's Award consists of an interview, an essay, and a video. Let's take a look at our Chairman's video, which is the result of the collaboration between Team 4063 and the Media Tech students from Del Rio High School.
Who's dedicated? We are! Who's motivated? We are! Who's number 1? We are! Who are we? The number 1 dedicated, motivated Team 4063! Who are we? The number 1 dedicated, motivated Team 4063! Woo!
Established in 2012 in Del Rio, Texas, along the Mexico border, FRC Team 4063 Tricks Are for Kids started a wave of enthusiasm for STEM and robotics. Donning their unusual headgear, the bunnies are easily recognizable at any event. In their rookie year, Team 4063 brought home the coveted Gracious Professionalism Award from the Alamo Regional.
We're in a community that thrives on sports, but yet we have more academic success than we have sporting success. I've never seen a program that gives you the opportunity to provide or to have an impact on kids' lives that really means something.
So I get to see these kids do things they want to do. It's not all about building the best robot. It's about the team. The team does well. We all do well.
Although Del Rio is 150 miles from any major city, we are fortunate to have partnerships with Laughlin Air Force Base, which provides mentors in the maquiladora industry in our sister city, Acuña.
As soon as I found out there was a FIRST robotics team, I couldn't wait to be a part of it. I wanted to not only individually touch lives, but I wanted to be a part of the pathway for students to hopefully one day go to college, get that dream job.
Team 4063 spends over 1,000 hours assisting the community with events such as summer RoboCamps and eCadet. eCadet alone brings 8 public and private schools together through robotics. Team 4063 members spent countless hours mentoring students while seeding gracious professionalism and teamwork to young minds, thus creating a lasting legacy to their community.
It's an amazing program for them. They gained so much from it. We really had a great time. It's all exciting, and everybody's ready to do it again next year.
In the fall of 2013, the team hosted an all-day event at the local civic center called RoboCon. RoboCon exposed the entire community to STEM through robotics. Citizens of all ages came out to view, touch, and operate robots of various shapes and sizes.
First of all, becoming a member of Team 463 has been the greatest adventure of my life.
Make me feel like I'm worthy somewhere. I can be able to do something amazing with all these people around me.
The characteristics that I've gotten from the team, basically everybody's been able to help each other out. We've learned off of each other.
Wearing this logo, I'm proud.
And I wanted to be one of those teachers that didn't leave at 4 o'clock. I wanted to give you opportunities in your life that most people don't have. My legacy that I want to leave for them is I was there for you.
We would love to incorporate or expand our project with the school district. For example, turning the eCadet teams at the 6th grade level into FLL teams would be a great place to start. Also, additional resources at the 6th grade campus in order to expand the project are of great need. At the high school level, we would like to see class time set aside in order to work on the various components that involves being a first team. We are ready, willing, and able to learn and grow. As President Barack Obama once said, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We're the ones we have been waiting for. We're the change that we seek. Thank you.
So these are our officers for this year's club. I'd like to bring in the rest of our team. We actually have 34 people that we're taking tomorrow to St. Louis.
Congratulations. 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 People over there have fun. Congratulations. Thank you so much for making us fun. Good job. Congratulations. Good luck. Good job. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for doing a tremendous job. It's all proud. Congratulations. Good job. Thank y'all for helping us. Good job. Thank you. Good time over there. Good job. Congratulations.
Great job, so. Get about 6 of you guys over here to this side, to the left.
That'd be one, two. Cool. What else is this?
All the way to the other side, sir. That looks better. See Mr. Davis? All right. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. All right, hold up, guys. That must be in the picture line. Thank you, guys. Brett.
Who's dedicated? We are! Who's motivated? We are! Number one! We are! Who are we? Number one dedicated motivated team 4063! Who are we? The number one dedicated motivated team 4063! Woo!
Webcast to be streaming live video Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
We will provide you with the webcast information as it's streaming live from St. Louis. On behalf of the CT department, we would like to thank all the parents, very supportive parents of all these great kids that actually have brought them to school, come in on Saturday, come in evenings and so forth so they can continue all with their projects. Again, very proud of all the students from the FBLA, the welding program, and of course the robotics program. Thank you very much.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 4D, Secondary Science Fair Regional and State Results. Dr. Garza and Patty Brown.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Rios, board members. I'm very pleased to come to you tonight to showcase the secondary students who participated in the 2014 Alamo Regional Science and Engineering Fair in San Antonio on March 3rd and 4th. 55 of our secondary students from grades 6 through 12, all winners from their own campus science fairs, participated in the regional fair and competed against all of the San Antonio area schools, including the top magnet science schools, high school and middle schools. Of our 55 students, 18 of them either placed or received a special award, and several of them are able to be here tonight. And if they'd please come in when I call your name. Third place botany, Benjamin Nowlin, 6th grade. Fifth place botany B, Alyssa Gonzalez, 6th grade. Third place chemistry, Chloe McWilliams, Del Rio Middle. First place chemistry, Adamati Morales, Del Rio Middle. First place environmental B, Juan Rico Pettis, 6th grade. Third place environmental B, Brian Peters, Del Rio Middle. Second place environmental B, Max Smith, Del Rio Middle. Fourth place environmental B, Isamar Rodriguez, Del Rio Middle. First place math and computers, Sherry Lynn Moore, Del Rio Middle. Fourth place math and computers, Joshua Lopez, Del Rio freshman. Fifth place math and computers, Kaylee Herzog, Del Rio High School. Third place medicine and health, Sydney Gallegos, 6th grade. Third place microbiology, Mia Rodriguez, 6th grade. First place physics A, Aaron Cash, Del Rio Middle. Fourth place team 2, Felipe Garza and Oscar Rubio, Del Rio High School. Fourth place zoology, Sloan Taylor, Del Rio Middle School. and special award of $50 from Water Environmental Association of Texas, Michael Reyes, Del Rio Middle School. And of these 18, of course, we couldn't get all of them here tonight, but 4 qualified because they were first place winners in their category. They went on to the 2014 ExxonMobil Texas State Science and Engineering Fair held in San Antonio on March 21st and 22nd. If these students would please step forward. Juan Rico Perez, 6th grade. Adamari Morales, Del Rio Middle. Sherry Lynn Moore, Del Rio Middle. Aaron Cash, Del Rio Middle. They could, oh, Aaron's here, good. These 4 students did not place at state, but they definitely represented us well. Thank you all very much. Do you want to take a picture or anything? Sure. Okay. Okay.
Let me balance it out a little bit. Can you step to the other side, please? Can you step back with the group? And can you get in the center? You also in the center, right here. The center, please.
You two in
To the center. Right there. And that's perfect. Just squeeze in just a little bit more. Right? Go.
Thank you, guys.
Smile. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
That brings us to agenda item 4E, Del Rio High School Air Force Junior ROTC Texas 066 recognition. Lieutenant Colonels Simon Benavides.
Good evening. Just want to thank Dr. Rios and Dr. Garza for inviting us to y'all's meeting and all the board members as well. We have a couple of our major staff from our cadet corps here. One thing we pride ourselves in is this is a cadet-run corps. The cadets actually run as much as a corps as possible. And right here to my left is our group commander, Adriana Villa. And behind her is Ashley Cerda. She's a special assistant to the commander, who's myself. And behind Ashley is Luis Martinez, one of our squadron commanders. And next to Luis is Amanda Dietrich. She's our personnel officer. And behind her is Austin Rogers. He's our most ranking senior enlisted cadet. He's the command chief. One of the things that, again, we pride ourselves in that the cadets run the corps as much as possible. We let them do this in order so they can learn management and organizational skills. We went to 3 different drill meets this year, and at the Texas Tech drill meet, back up a little bit, we always try to combine college tours with our drill meets. We went to, the first one was at Texas Tech. We placed second place in inspection in the armed division and third place in inspection in the unarmed division. And we pride ourselves on that because that is one of the bigger meets in the States with some of the most competitive schools in the state. We also went to Angelo State drill meet and on Austin drill meet, but on the way up there we toured the Texas State University campus and toured the Air Force ROTC facilities. Some other accomplishments they've accomplished this year is we're very active in the community. We help just about any community organization that solicits our help. We've accrued over 3,000 community service hours. I mean, just about anything you think of. This year, some of the major events were the HB's Feast of Sharing, Niños Navideños, the Wall Game Dinner Chamber puts on, the Chambers Kids Day Fair and the rummage sale, and the list just goes on and on. So, you know, we're very proud that we're very much like our armed forces component, but we're community service, and you know, we do pride ourselves in that. And we also participated in the 3 parades that the school and the city puts on. And we also participate in the abrazo ceremony every year, where we meet at the border and we post the colors along with our Mexican counterparts. And we have probably posted the colors at over 20 to 25 events this year. And by the end of the year, this is a busy time for us. We'll have way over 30 posting of colors by these fine students here. So anyway, would you like to say anything, Adriana? She's a little shy, but she has done a tremendous job. Again, she pretty much, you know, we just let her go, and they run the show. It's a very good learning experience for them. So basically, that's all I have. And
Agenda item 4F is Fine Arts UIL Solo and Ensemble and VASE results. Mr. Nunez.
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. Today I'm here to inform you of the results of competition attended by our fine arts students. The Del Rio High School Choir, under the direction of Mr. Josue Gonzalez, participated in UIL Solo and Ensemble competition on March the 7th. The students acquired 20 First Division solo medals and also had 1 ensemble receive a First Division as well. 11 of the students and 1 ensemble will be advancing to the state competition on May 24th. At this time, I'd like Mr. Gonzalez to come forward.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I am Josue Gonzalez, and for the past 3 years that I've been the choral director here at Del Rio High School, I have seen tremendous growth in musicianship and numbers in my program. Since I have been in charge, we have had 1 All-Stater, 9 area participants, 11 state solo and ensemble participants, 2 UIL varsity women's choirs, 2 UIL non-varsity men's choirs, 1 varsity mixed choir. Today we're here to acknowledge the number of state qualifiers for solo and ensemble competition and our success at UIL concert and sight reading. We had 11 soloists that are advancing to state, which would be May 24th at UT Austin. And for the first time, we have an ensemble this year that got accepted and qualified for that as well, so we're really excited that we were able to achieve that. We are submersed in one of the hardest regions in the state. Our students rise above and beyond adversities that in all honesty, only our district has for being the only competitive high school outside of the immediate region. With that said, I cannot express how proud I am of my students and how much they cease to amaze me at their willingness to learn and become real, true musicians. This year, we received an excellent rating in both concert and sight reading. This does not discredit the hours and hours spent at rehearsal and their devotion for being successful at UIL. This year, we were very lucky in having Jennifer Watley as our UIL clinician. This 31-year choral veteran had nothing but wonderful things to say about our students, which is a reflection of our district and our community. She made a promise to our students that she would be there at our competition to support her with the t-shirt, and so she did. Before we leave, I would like to leave you with a short performance of our qualifying state ensemble and a few words from Mrs. Watley after the UIL contest. She says, "I am so proud of you. Your kids were wonderfully prepared, confident, musicality was excellent, diction was present. I could hardly believe you're only a 3-year teacher. You have brought your kids to an amazing level in the past 2 short weeks. They are awesome kids. I consider myself very fortunate to have worked with your students. Thank you for keeping the spirit and love for music alive." Now I will leave you with Carolina Buentello, Dina Lopez, Valeria Portillo, and Clarisa Martinez to sing "My True Love Hath My Heart." Do you have a picture? I got it. Just has to load. I had turned it off because I didn't want it to ring and I forgot I needed it.
Thank you, and congratulations to all the students that competed and their instructors for a successful year. Thank you, choir.
We need you guys to squeeze in just a little bit. That's good. 3, 2, 1.
All right, hold up, guys. One more. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, that was good. That was great, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Great job.
Congratulations, great kids. Congratulations. Good job. That's great, congratulations. Wonderful. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
as one group exits another one. The Del Rio Freshman School Visual Arts, under the direction of Mrs. Catherine Calvetti, participated in VASE, which is the Visual Arts Scholastic Event Competition, and had 7 students with the top scores of 4. Also, the Del Rio High School Visual Arts, under the direction of Mr. Chris Escobar, also participated in VASE, Visual Arts Scholastic Event, and had 11 students receive the highest medal ratings of 4, which is the level before reaching state. We did have one student, Elizabeth Elkins, advance to the state VASE competitions, which was held April the 4th and 5th in Bryan, Texas. As you can see, this is the work of the students in display. So at this time, I'd like Mrs. Calvetti and Mr. Escobar to come forward.
Have to bear with me. I'm a little nervous on this. My name is Mrs. Calvetti. I teach at the freshman campus. I have Art 1 students, Mr. Escobar, and he has students from groupings from 1 to 4. And the VASE is Visual Arts Scholastic Event, and it is under the supervision and direction of the Texas Art Education, and we're in Region 15. The purpose of it is to recognize student achievement in the arts through individual and original expression of ideas. And these are some of my students who went to competition. I had a total of 12 who went, and I had a total of 7 who gained the 4 status. Unfortunately, we didn't have any in my area to go to state, but we're always hoping for next year with that. And then Mr. Escobar.
Members of the board, thank you for inviting us here. Actually, we are very proud of our students. If you ever think about color, if you ever think about design, architecture, cars, anything that comes to mind, whatever you're wearing, all that is part of the creative process. And we need to keep that in mind when we think about the arts. We're thinking about the visual arts this time, as opposed to music or dance or performance. This year we had an exceptional year. For me, it was quite an experience, and I'm sure for the students as well. I'm very proud of them. It takes that extra push, thinking out of the box. No matter what kind of ability, and we talk about disabilities, that's where we have extraordinary students doing exceptional work. When you have the support of your principals, when you have the support of teamwork, when you have the support of the community and actually the board members and our fine arts directors as well. It all comes together as one to create something that's very positive and very true. And then we talk about the students and their talents. We talk about the parent, the leadership. Without the parents and their support, like I said, it's all teamwork, and it comes back to the arts. This year we had one young lady, Elizabeth Ashley Atkins. Are you here? Okay. I would like for her to show her art piece. This is the state art piece. We couldn't place it up here because as soon as it's judged, it is put away. And then from there, they transport it to Bryan, Texas, Texas A&M. This is where we went to do the state competition. So she was representing Del Rio, representing Del Rio High School, and overall competing with other students. We had at least 2,600, 26,000 students that entered, participated, but only 1,600 went to state. So that's quite an honor. So Elizabeth was among those students. She also, aside from that, just recently we had, this past Good Friday, we had at Casa de la Cultura, the congressional honor through Honorable Gallegos, and we had a competition, and she got first place. So she'll be going to compete in San Antonio as well, representing Del Rio. We have the other 2 students that rated second and third as well. Okay, just
Okay. These students that rated a 4, and you have to have a 4 in order to go to the next level to go to state. And they were Jesus Alonso, Maya Ayers, Giselle Hansen, Fidencio Hurtado, Salvador Morales, Ayumi Tureda, and Rihanna Watts for freshmen.
Okay, for Del Rio High School, we have Elizabeth Ashley Atkins. All right, if you want to raise your hand when they call your name, please. Marcos Arriola, Melissa De Hoyos, Madeline Hildreth, Alma Hernandez, Israel Lopez, Alana Lara, Alexandra Lozano, Steve Montelongo, Caitlin Smith, and Lucero Trevino. Thank you.
Once again, I'd like to thank you. And congratulations again to all the students who are competing and being very successful this year again. On behalf of the Fine Arts Department, we'd like to thank you, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, for allowing us to take this time to recognize our students.
Hey guys, we're gonna need you guys to group on this side. Just face this way, please. If you guys can take a step forward, please. A little bit more. That looks better. Okay. Mr. Escobar, if you can please face this way. 3, 2. Got it. All right, guys, hold up, don't move. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
Let's go this way.
Congratulations again, sir.
We're ready to move on? Okay. That brings us, there's nothing on 5, public hearings. Brings us to 6, board members report. Just kind of a few updates, just to get some board input.
I was just going to make a comment. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, go ahead, make a comment before I get started.
In regards to all the recognition that we just did there, if anyone doubts what Del Rio can do and what the school district can do in our school system, this last hour was truly proof that we have the greatest school district in the state of Texas, and I dare anyone to compare theirs to what we just saw there. I'm extremely proud to represent the school district because of all of that there. It was awesome.
It's always this time of the year when we get to look at student achievements, right? The culmination of a year. So moving on to the board members' report, I just wanted to make the board aware of something I thought was interesting, since we are on the topic of student engagement and, getting students involved and that sort of thing. We've looked at it in a academic sense and a co-curricular sense. I didn't make a handout because I don't want to bury everybody in paper, but I have a copy, and I'd be glad to give it to anyone who might like a copy later on. It's regarding the National Youth Week, County Government, Uvalde, CISD. Now, you may be aware of this, you may not, but our neighboring district, Uvalde CISD, has been doing this for about 24 years, apparently, where in observance of National Youth Week, they actually have some top Uvalde High School students serve as mock local officials. And they do that through actually it's a multi-step process, the way I understand it. They have eligible juniors and seniors, based on their grades and their record, are eligible to enter an election. If they get elected to those posts, and the posts are the 4 commissioners of the Commissioners Court, the county judge, and if they're elected in that capacity, they spend the day shadowing the actual person that holds that position. And then there are a number of appointed positions within the county that are chosen as well. Students apply to participate in a similar format for things like Chief Probation Officer, Extension Agent, County Clerk, District Clerk, Road Administrator, County Treasurer, Tax Assessor, Collector, Voter Registrar, County Attorney, County Auditor, and numerous others, and they go through an application process. And apparently the Lions Club in Uvalde has a committee that vets them, that selects them. And so this apparently is a big thing. It's something that engages students in civic activity. I just thought I'd share it with the board. It might be something you might want to find out more about. I have a handout. I'd be glad to get you a copy if you're interested. Any questions?
It'd be pretty cool to do here.
Yeah, I was struck by the Lions being at the forefront of some of that, so might be something to look into. Agenda item 6B, update on implementation of House Bill 5 Community and Student Engagement Committees. Mrs. Martinez Lozano and Ms. Haynes, I believe you had some follow-up questions about this all-important creation of this committee. Questions either for the board or for Dr. Rios, or a combination thereof. So at this time, turn the floor over to you.
Yes, thank you. Just as a follow-up, like Mr. Garabedian said, Dr. Rios, just if you wouldn't mind giving us an update regarding where we're at with the development of the Community Engagement Committee. I know you had already started that process, and the reason I'm asking is I think we've made it very clear, at least Ms. Haynes and I, that we definitely are passionate about community engagement, definitely, and including teachers, students, as part of that community. And as the way I understand it, we actually have to report to the state by August 8th of this year for the 13-14 school year as it relates to the community engagement rating. So I just kind of wanted an update.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The school districts is required to do a self-assessment, which is part of the larger accountability process. And what we started earlier this semester, first we sent Dr. Garza to a couple of workshops to just make sure we had all the information. We came back and we started working the process through our district site-based committee decision. And what I mean by process is there's different components, as you mentioned at the last meeting, that have to be evaluated. But there really has to be some guidance to it. So the committee started working on some matrices that would be used to evaluate where we stand. Now, that's one process. The other process is to identify who the committee is. And what I recommended was, because House Bill 5 is heavily weighted with CTE and the endorsements, we thought that it would be wise to pick active members in Mr. Gonzalez's advisory committee. So he was asked to nominate 7 people. I asked the board to nominate 14 individuals, 2 apiece. If for whatever reason board members can't come up, then we will draw on more of Mr. Gonzalez's active participants. Now, why Mr. Gonzalez and not other organizations? Well, because House Bill 5 is very heavily geared towards CTE and how we involve the community in developing those processes. Where some board members have given their nominations, the committee is in the process of finalizing the matrices that are going to be used to evaluate our engagement. What we want to do is once the matrices are set, present those to the larger committee, have them approve the matrices. If not, very quickly give some feedback as to what else should be involved in those matrices, and then have a workshop where we present the information, give them a chance to ask for additional information, then have that committee that you all will appoint, along with Mr. Gonzalez's 7 members, a teacher from each campus, and student representatives, evaluate the district and give that final rating. We expect that the committees will be established and working in May, and that most of the work will be done in June, so we will be able to meet the timeline.
Great. Now, and I know that many districts throughout the state are working with committees that they already have established, kind of like what we're doing with Mr. Gonzalez's CTE committee. But as the years go on, I would envision that the committee would become more specific to those 9 factors, those 9 areas, to include the fine arts, wellness and physical education, community and parental involvement, I'll just read them off here, 21st century workforce development, second language acquisition, digital learning environment, dropout prevention strategies, and educational programs for gifted and talented students, compliance and policy reporting requirements is that last one. It's my understanding, the way what I've read from House Bill 5 as it relates to the community engagement rating, that those 7 factors plus that last requirements should be incorporated into committees, right?
Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely correct. So, therefore, the plan is that once the larger committee is established, that they will break off into subcommittees, and each one take one of those areas to complete the matrix and give recommendations. Now, I think that as the years go on, I've envisioned seeing a larger committee for each one of the areas that you mentioned. And for example, in the area of bilingual, maybe get the bilingual department to select more of the parents to form that committee. So I think that as we go on, we can only improve on it.
Perfect. Thank you. Ms. Haynes?
No, thank you. You answered, I mean, you asked.
Thank you. Thanks for the update.
Okay. We'll make a note of as soon as we're done with this process, to already begin to work for next year to make it a bigger committee specific to each one of those areas.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions on that item? And then, also on 6C, just a couple of things that I wanted to bring to the attention of the board. I know you're extremely busy, and it might not be something that you had caught, but, you know, we're getting to the end of the academic year, and for the board, there's trainings upcoming in the summer, TASB trainings, conferences, et cetera. So some things to kind of be on the lookout for. Hopefully we'll find out more about and be able to bring that knowledge back. That said, I was kind of struck by a couple of articles in Texas Lone Star, Volume 32, Number 3, April 2014, to try to create the sense of perspective and advocacy. One of them is entitled, "Dip in New Teacher Supply Could Cause Hiring Headaches." Now, this article, which again I'll be glad to get you a copy of it if you missed it, shows a 5-year trend of the production. This is statewide of educator certificates, those becoming certified initially, and their employment in Texas. And what it's pointing out is that there is this large-scale trend of a drop, and how districts across the state are trying to deal with it. In some cases, struggling with it. And that seems to be the common thread in the article. It's rather sobering to see over that 5-year time period how it's dropped from a certain percentage to many percentage points lower, and how it's affected certain high-risk areas and high-need areas. And those, of course, are things that this district as well is struggling with. But it's not a localized problem, as the Texas Lone Star magazine points out. It cites information from not only TASB, but also the Texas Education Agency about what districts might do and what they are doing. It also mentions some surveys that have been conducted talking about other things that impact the supply of teachers relative to a district's ability to recruit them. Things including job satisfaction, which is also a concern across the state. So it was a rather revealing article, and something I thought that as we begin to kind of plan our training and conference activities in the very near future, something to be more mindful of. The graphs are relatively clear and dramatic in the trend that's been ongoing throughout the state. The other article I wanted to bring to the board's attention, because this touches on something that Ms. Haynes and Mrs. Lozano brought up last month, was entitled "Speaker Post Interim Charges for Public Education Committee." And this was in regard to the Speaker of the House, Joe Strauss of San Antonio, releasing his interim charges for the House Committee. And what I was struck by was that this is also a larger agenda. You remember Ms. Haynes and Ms. Lozano talked about board effectiveness and assessing the board's role. And this is something that apparently the Speaker is pushing as well, talking about the traits and characteristics of good governance, effective checks and balances between the board and the administration, and the effective relationship between the board and the superintendent, and the oversight authority by TEA. So this is something that I'm going to look more into, because I know it was a concern of both Ms. Haynes and Ms. Lozano, and I was struck again by the fact that this seems to be part of a larger initiative, not just something that we seem to have become focused on. And then finally, the last article from Texas Lone Star about the average Texas teacher salary climbing almost 3%. Now, we are at the beginning for us as a board, the budget process, and I believe we have, is it 4 or 3 budget workshops to look forward to this year? So I would hope that an article like this, which is talking about how salaries are on the rise in some districts and trying to be competitive with this very real fact that there is a teacher shortage and a certification gap across the state, what different districts are doing. I'm also mindful of the fact that 2 years ago there was a TASB salary study that was undertaken by this district. We used parts of it, couple of years ago. There were bits and pieces of it, I think, this previous budget cycle. And since it's an ongoing process of improvement, it certainly is time, I think, to look at that again. I know there have been changes in Eagle Pass, beginning teacher, their salaries and what the steps are. I myself would also like more clarification about like percentage of salary increases when we talk about, from 1 year to the next as we look at those possible scenarios. Because I know Mrs. Lozano and Mr. Mesa and Ms. Haynes and all the board members are very strong teacher advocates, and we know that pay is a key component to finding and keeping good teachers. And so I thought this was a relevant article, especially moving in, again, into the TASB training and the conferences, and especially at budget time with those 4 workshops coming up. So, that's all.
Appreciate it, sir. Pointing that out.
I do read every now and then.
Me too.
I do too. Thank you.
You're welcome. I had some
So
questions for
pretty much,
Dr. Keys, but I
pretty
guess
close
he's
to
not
it.
here. Yes, sir.
As far as our starting salaries and everything, we pretty much par with the rest of the state. Except the richer district when they talk about 50,000, all that.
Yeah, there was some indication that some districts have actually gone a little bit higher. I know Uvalde went up considerably, and it's certainly not the comparison of salaries as far as starting salaries and 5-year salaries, 10-year salaries, et cetera, is not something that's like once every so many years. I think it's something like what you and I have discussed that needs to be looked at on a continuous basis, because salary is a key component.
I think what we ought to look at is to reach our the max a lot quicker than having to wait too long. I think we ought to look into it.
That brings us to agenda item 7, A being one of East Elementary gym project update. Mr. Salinas and Mr. Farrell. It looks like Mr. Salinas is not here. Mr. Dunlap, are you standing in for Mr. Salinas?
Yes, sir. As Mr. Dunlap, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Rios, loads up the PowerPoint, presenting to you the, Thank you, Mr. Dunlap. Just a quick PowerPoint. You may remember that you started the project when you awarded it in September, and we're adding a new gym on the north side of the property. And part of the project involves construction and improvements to existing parking. The negotiations with the city early in the project required a fire lane to be built, and we're getting ready to pour the north side of the fire lane. We've looked at several options for the west side of the fire lane, and that'll come up as a change order item later on. Masonry has begun. They're about 60% complete on the Facebook masonry. That band that you see running around will actually be a metal band matching the existing school, so we have continuity of the style of architecture. That's the covered porch that faces towards the existing building. We poured several drainage sluiceways because we have drainage issues on that campus, and part of that is trying to control how the water is evacuated off the campus. This is a shot taken approximately 6 weeks ago, and where you did not have a roof, you did not have sheathing in. This was a shot taken last week where the inside sheathing, which is an impact-resistant sheetrock, has been done. The mezzanine you see on the far right has been constructed, and that includes the offices, the restrooms, storage-type facilities for the building. The taping and floating operation was completed today. The electrician is basically 90% complete with his electrical wiring inside the building. The rooftop units have been placed, and you can see the difference between the two photos. On the left has the aggregate down. The one on the right was just taken about 10 days ago, in which they did not have the aggregate. They're getting ready to put the coping on top of the roof now. So it's progressing very well on schedule. Original contract completion date was July 1st. We lost all of 5 days due to rain since September. But Ms. Sanchez assures us we'll definitely be complete by July 1st. So the project's on schedule and where it's supposed to be, and answer any questions the board may have. If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
brings us to agenda item 7B, information on notice of grant awards for the No Child Left Behind. Michelle Smith presenting.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, in your packet is a copy of the revised NOGA received for the 2013-2014 entitlement for federal programs, consolidated application by grant program, which reflects the reallocation funding for our Title I Part D, Subpart 2 delinquent program, and our Title I Part C migrant program. That reallocation is a total of $316,053. And we also have the Priority and Focus School Grant NOGAs. We have 4 campuses eligible for that this year for a total of $80,000. The reallocation for the migrant that we received, we are going to coordinate with a bilingual program and offer, we have 160 incoming kinder and first grade students that are eligible for this program, so we're going to offer an additional Jumpstart 4-week program for our migrant students to focus on the early literacy initiative that the district is implementing this year. So, any questions? No? Good.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 7C, information on notice of grant awards for the special education IDEA B formula in preschool. Dr. Aguirre.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board, we received notice of grant award that includes our reallocation and our carryover. And what it is an increase of $490,168, which brings our total entitlement to $2,009,161. Are there any questions?
Questions on this item? Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 7D, district security and safety update. Mr. Sheedy.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, board members, and staff. This evening, we want to present a very brief final update to our ongoing campus emergency operations plan development project that we've been involved with. You may remember the last time we were here, we had just finished the second half of the elementary campuses. We had completed their EOPs. And this evening, we'll focus on the last 5 campuses, which are the secondary campuses. So basically, this means we've completed 13 campus EOPs. They're comprehensive, consistent with the formatting and content as we've discussed. All this is going to leave us will be to undertake next year our district EOP, which is all-inclusive. That is the plan that will be a little more detailed, and it'll offer us some guidance and instruction at the district level that would work across all campus emergencies. So we'll be working on that next year. So here they are, for once and for all 13, we're done. We'll open one. We'll go ahead and look at Del Rio Middle School, and let me check this. Let's see. Yeah, it was looking at, it's found them as I earlier, but it's not going to open now. Anyway, I believe everyone's seen our plans. It's the same consistent. You've seen the format. They all look the same. They're very consistent, comprehensive, but there is a lot of specific data to each campus in each one of those plans. Del Rio Middle School in particular, it's that campus has 2 stories, very involved, a lot of maps, a lot of detail. So the plans look really good. I'm sorry that they're not showing. A couple things I do want to mention. With the way we've designed our plans, it's going to be very easy for us to update and keep these plans current. So basically, we have the 13 updated plans. What'll happen is during the summer break, I'll bring in all the district and the overall edits and additions. And then when the principals come back to school, we'll give them those plans immediately. The principals can start updating their plans, and hopefully, by the time their staff and students are in place, they can finalize their updates with those templates that we're letting them use. They'll send those updates back over to me, and I will format them and print them and get them out for distribution. So we're very excited. It's going to be a really, really easy process to keep these plans current. And then also the second thing is our shift in focus. You know, this year we just really developed plans. We spent a lot of time building plans, documentation. I'm very excited. Next year we're going to actually be able to kind of shift our focus into training and actually working with these plans. And I think that's what a lot of the principals and staff are kind of looking towards. They understand the plans, but we've yet to see that training kind of pull it all together. So I think it's very exciting that we're going to be able to really see things come together as we start next year. We talked about the reporting that we have in place. This is a summary report, a matrix that I have of every campus, drill activity at every campus, and this is current. I know it's kind of hard to read, but you can see the green line at the bottom shows every campus is maintaining 100% compliance. They've all done a wonderful job with their drills, and we have a few things we need to kind of refine next year, but they're doing a great job. They're staying current on their drills. This is a very brief video that we took of a fire drill at the high school.
How you doing? Pretty good for the city of Brackettville. Oh, that's pretty good, huh? I mean, people forget sometimes that we're the size of Brackettville.
Good morning, Del Rio High School. This is your principal, Dr. Zuniga Barrera, and I just want to compliment everybody for a great job this morning with our fire drill. It did take us less than 3 minutes to evacuate the entire school. I'm very proud of you. It usually takes us about 4 minutes, and today we took under 3 minutes. So again, thank you, teachers. Thank you, students. never know when it's going to be a true emergency, so we want to be prepared. For those students that were not in their classrooms and then went ahead and evacuated with whoever was around them, thank you for doing that. And again, also thank you to our substitutes. We do have some substitutes here at our high school. Thank you for doing a great job taking out your attendance and making sure that your doors were locked and the lights were off so that we can make sure we cleared the buildings. Again, thank you for doing a great job this morning. Have a terrific Tuesday, and remember, the choice is always yours.
I do want to thank Dr. Zuniga-Odetta and her staff. They did a wonderful job. They were out of there in like I had a little over 2.5 minutes. And it's not very exciting. And of course, besides my jerky camera, that's the most, I guess that's kind of the way it should look. They were very organized. They were very quiet. There wasn't any rushing. They evacuated the building very quickly, and I think they did a fantastic job. The last thing that we had here is just, I think one of the first times I approached the board, we looked at how we were working on our training. So this is our mandated National Incident Management Training courses. If you ladies and gentlemen remember when we first came in, I believe, I don't think we had maybe 1 or 2 greens. We're slowly turning everybody green. Everybody's getting the training. Definitely when we start our next school year, we're going to have everybody through this course and one more NIMS course, and we're going to be so much further along in our training. So that's going really, really well for us. I'm really pleased with that. And basically that was it for my presentation, just a brief update.
Lozano has a question.
Certainly.
Mr. Sheedy, thank you so much for organizing a clear way to keep our kids safe and practicing, because God forbid, when it does happen, we surely do want to be prepared. I thank you for your commitment to the plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mr. Overfeld?
Mr. Sheedy, as Ms. Lozano said, thank you for all that. I have a question there. In the video there, you hear the wailing of the siren there, and I remember being in high school, and when the fire alarms would go off, it was the strobes and that very high-pitched, I'm not going to imitate it, but everyone knows what I'm talking about there. Is that the new fire alarm warning in the system or in the building now, or is that just something you use for that test there? Because the follow-up question is, what's the shelter-in-place or active shooter siren on campus? Because that sounds more of a active shooter, shelter-in-place kind of thing than a normal fire alarm.
That was, I believe, in Dr. Zuniga-Odetta. I think y'all actually activated the fire. Yes. The pull. Yes. And so that's the alarm that they use for the fire. That is specific to fire. And even like all of our state requirements, the fire drills, they look at those much more severely, and they're much more closely monitored. So we actually have the alarms for the fire. I don't believe that we're using those for the other. I don't know. We typically wouldn't use those, Mr. Overfeld. We wouldn't use those for the other drills. Those other drills are just an announcement. You know, we would come over the loudspeaker and we announce, attention all staff and students, please begin shelter-in-place procedures. Attention all staff and students, please begin shelter-in-place procedures. So really the only one that, and I believe this is the same thing at all campuses, the only one that gets the bells and the alarms is the fire drills.
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Missa?
I have a follow-up question because I know in the past, we had separate buildings and it wasn't all tied in, but my question deals with the hearing impaired and the deaf unit, for example. Do we have lights that flash?
They do have, I understand, in certain areas, we have, wherever there are deaf students, they have addressed that, and they do have strobes. And typically, I believe most of the students that are hearing impaired, typically they're also kind of, they're closer monitored with they're more closely supervised, so we also have that, sir, to help them make sure that they're aware of it.
I guess my other question is, do we have all buildings connected now? Because, like, let's say, for example, Calderon, there's some portable buildings towards the back, and those weren't connected to the main alarm system.
We still have some buildings that we're working on. I don't believe that we've gotten 100%. Calderon is here. I don't believe every one of those has been addressed yet. But
this last summer, there was a considerable work done where all our buildings were evaluated, and they were all brought up to current code, above and beyond what the code was at the time the buildings were constructed. So I'm gonna follow up and make sure, I know I've set a meeting, I've asked Mr. Mike Salinas to set a meeting with the company that does the work, because we had a reason to evacuate the gym, at Carl Guy's gym, because one of the AC motors went out. And my first question was, why didn't the fire alarm go off? There was actual smoke in there, and the company had been tasked with bringing all our buildings up to code, current code, yet when the Carl Guy's gym was built, the code didn't require for that alarm in the locker room, but we asked that all these be brought to code. And this was prior to my arrival, so we're gonna have a follow-up meeting. I'll ask that specific question, but I was told, yes, they were. I'll share with you all the meeting that we have, or the outcome of it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chavita?
Yeah, that was, but you answered, my question was, well, mainly to congratulate you, that was great on your implementation, the way you have disseminated all the information. And my question was gonna be, who's gonna be overseeing and making sure that we're up to par with our alarm systems, with, all our electrical codes and all that type of thing. And you answered, we'll have somebody overseeing what he's done, and then we'll have a report on it, make sure that, because at one time we were deficient in a lot of things. And I'm hoping, we were way, and I'm glad we're taking care of it. But I
I do
sure
know
would like to see a report on it.
as Dr. Rios mentioned, I know they did a lot of work last year. It's my understanding that I think our biggest concern, or maybe not most of the buildings are possibly covered, but I'm aware of at least a few areas where we have students in playgrounds and things like that, where we just need to kind of pick up in the future. We've done a great job, I believe, so far of enhancing and covering the majority of our structures. But there's always those twos and fews that were more difficult, and like I say, maybe some playground areas and some areas that are a little more tricky. I think we may have a few that we'll look at.
Other questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think it was approximately a year ago, I'd have to go check the record, but I think it was approximately a year ago, it was like maybe February of 2013, where we approved the money to do the upgrades. And like Mr. Mesa and Ms. Lozano are pointing out, and then by August, they're complete. So a follow-up status report to see what, if anything, is lacking like this gym situation. So it's been almost a year that those enhancements were conducted. Okay, agenda item 7E, discipline report. Dr. Rios?
Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, I included the discipline report as well as the attendance report in Friday's update. We're prepared to make the presentations or answer specific questions. What would y'all request to do?
As it pleases the board, relative to the discipline report, are there questions? I know when the board had expressed an interest to get it in the board report, which gives them more time to see it. So, questions for the discipline? Okay. Okay. So agenda item 7F, the attendance report, same question, also went out. Are there questions? Any questions have been answered so far, or previous? Okay.
On the attendance report, because we continue to be concerned with the attendance, and frankly, we'd like to make ourselves feel better by comparing us to other districts, but that's not our goal, to just be as good as other districts. So in our plan, we've asked Ms. Valdez to secure some training on evaluating the data that could more closely pinpoint where we need to look, so that we can use that data to anchor a fresh plan for how we're going to improve the attendance, because everything that we've reported that we're going to do, we've been following up and we've been doing it, but the results aren't there. And we recognize that, yes, we may be above 96%, but our goal is 98%. and fluctuating up and down, doesn't help us get to our goal. So I look forward to providing an update to the board as to what that data segregation helped us from the experts in those systems, and hopefully they can pinpoint some areas where we can look at to improve.
Appreciate that.
Anything else on this item? Agenda item 7G, report on benchmark testing. Dr. Garza.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, good evening. I will present some benchmark data that we have extracted from a program called DMAC. What we wanted to do, oh, I'm sorry, that's not the report. What we wanted to do was compile all the information, all the data that we have extracted from DMAC and present it to you as a district as a district benchmark, because we have taken benchmarks from 3rd grade all the way through 10th grade, EOCs, and 3rd grade reading, math, and so on and so forth. But I wanted, Dr. Rios directed me to see if we could compile all this data as we are going to report it for the district. So here is the data. For reading, we have 2013 STAR, which is last year, is at 73%. That's last year's data. That's how we scored. The benchmark itself is 55%. What we wanted to do also, since we have not covered everything that we needed to cover when we took the benchmark, but because these benchmarks were taken in January and also in February. The only ones that we were waiting for were the algebra, biology, and U.S. history, which we took in April. So at this point, that's the reason we were waiting for everything, so I could compile everything together. The next step that we wanted to take was, okay, let's figure out what's the percentage going to go if we actually calculate a projection of 2 questions. So the last column is projection with 2 questions, and we figured that it was at 61 for reading. Any questions on what those 3 columns are, or those 3 bars are? The next one is math. Last year we scored 72%. On the benchmark itself is 48%, and the projection with 2 questions is at 54%, an increase of 6%. And in writing, last year was 55%. The benchmark itself is 56%, and the projection with 2 questions is at 62%. In science, we have 74% for 2013. The benchmark was 56%, and the projection is 62%. And in social studies, last year was 67%. The benchmark was 59%, and the projection is 60%. Now let's, once again, a reminder that we have not covered everything when we take these benchmarks. We're continuously covering some material. In the reading section, if you can see there, we're actually have covered the entire material. That's why you'll see reading a little bit higher than math, because math, it's a continuous instruction until we actually take the test, and it depends what grade level you're in. Tomorrow we will test 3rd through 7th grade in math and reading. Are there any questions?
Mr. Lozano has a question, I think, first.
Were you gonna?
I was just going to add something, but I can wait, whatever.
I know we haven't, covered all the material. You stated that, but then the projection with the 2 questions should kind of account for that, or did I misunderstand that piece?
No, that's part I wanted to explain. The only reason we do a projection for 2 questions is because we really want to create a scenario for the campuses to know, where they need to work from. When students take the benchmark as opposed to taking the real test, it's just a different level of focus on the students' parts. And while we know that the students are going to do better when they take the real test, we don't want to exaggerate how much better they're going to do. So it's been my experience that if we project 2 questions up, it'll give us an indication of still how much more work our campuses have to do. So for example, in math there, you see we're projected only to 54%. And that's how we get the message across. Look, there's more tutoring that needs to get done. There's still more instruction that needs to happen. So let's not just sit back and expect that when they take the real test, they're going to do that much better. On the one hand, we don't want to be pessimistic, but on the other hand, we don't want to be entirely optimistic and just expect that we've arrived. So for example, there we're saying, to be as good as we were last year, we still have some growth, even assuming that the students are going to take the test more serious. Now, having said that, we received the math scores for 5th and 8th grade, and they look very favorable. I know I included it in the blog today because we finally got the data, but as we look at math, significant increases, but we're only looking at 5th grade. When we look at reading, we don't have the significant increases, although there are definitely some bright spots, throughout the district, but we also have the second administration. And in our assessments, the true projections will definitely be higher, and in a lot of areas already are. So that's the reason for the projection. Just students taking the test more serious when it's a real test, and indicating we still have some work to do. But happy to report that, at least for 5th grade math, extremely well. 5th grade reading, we did well. We're hoping for the second administration to reach our district performance objectives that we established at the beginning of the year. But I'm very confident that, at least in those 2 areas that we have real data to go by, we will achieve them.
Question, Mr. Mesa?
Dr. Garza, this benchmark percentages, does that include everyone that will be taking the test?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It includes everyone. Like I said, we were waiting for the Algebra 1 biology and U.S. history because that test we just took sometime in April. But it does include everyone.
Can I add something to that? Mr. President, not only does it include everyone, I'm particularly pleased with the growth that the campuses have made, because last year, because it was the first year of the assessment, the state said any newcomer student, whether they're in their 1st, 2nd, or 3rd year, we're not going to count them. They're going to be excluded from the calculations. So we were not penalized, and we were also not given credit for the kids that passed, because you do have some kids in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd year that may pass. This year, the state has said it's only the 1st year recent immigrants that we won't count. We're going to count 2nd and 3rd year. And even with those numbers, even being held accountable for a higher group of students, very pleased with the outcome of our campuses, even though there's definitely more accountability.
So, a follow-up question. I guess the ones that will be taking the test in Spanish, the benchmark was given to them in their native language?
There were several students that were taking the tests in Spanish, yes. And for those students that are in special ed, they took the modified test also. Are you talking about the benchmark, sir?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Now, this data, the benchmark, is not as clean as it should be, sir, because there is some students there that come in after the snapshot. So there is some students that the scores are not going to count for us.
Right. Yes. Okay.
Other questions? Did you have a question? No?
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 7H, technology update. Mr. Casillas?
Okay. Good evening, Dr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. While everybody has been working away on the assessment, technology has been very busy with maintaining the networks and doing a lot of things that our kids require for technology-based instruction. So I just want to give you a few of the highlights of the things that we have done just recently. We have our technology staff. We have done some network upgrades that I'm going to point out to you this evening. We have done a lot of work with our wireless infrastructure in certain of the campuses. We have also done the email migration to Office 365. We still continue to support technology every day. We have developed different technology plans for the state and then for different initiatives here locally. And then we're planning the Jewel for this coming year, a one-to-one initiative that you will hear more about in a little bit. And I have the areas that are assigned to me by Dr. Rios. I help to supervise the Career and Technical Education Department, as you saw, Mr. Gonzalez. Also, I have the Instructional Technology Coordinator. I help to help the librarians with their technology. I also have my technology staff, and I would like to introduce them to you. These are new additions to our technology department just recently. Mr. Tony Gonzalez, he's our Senior Systems Administrator. And Gilbert Vasquez, he's our Network Administrator. So these are the guys that do all of the work on our infrastructure. They're the ones that do the configurations on our NOC, our switches. They go out to the campuses, they run the fiber, they plan out the strategies for our infrastructure. So these are the guys that do a lot of work behind the scenes. They've set up training schedules for our in-house technicians. So we've done a lot of the things through the planning that these gentlemen have done for us. We also have some network specialists, positions that were created recently as we took some of our in-house staff and we elevated them to a different level based on their education, their skill level, and the training. And Eric, who was here before, started that training, and then Eric has continued that, or Tony has continued that. We have our help desk, and she is probably the best liked person in this school district because everybody calls her help desk, and Maricela is an awesome young lady. She has a college degree, and she has no wishes to leave. She's very happy where she's at. She loves doing it, and we're very blessed to have her there. We have a webmaster that you see here. He's also part of the videotaping, Mr. Nick Van Winkle, and he is really doing an excellent job with the management of our web pages. He's bringing a lot of structure, a lot of ideas, and he really knows his stuff with web development and design. And he's gone around to the campuses, trained the people that are responsible for the campus web pages, gone to the departments and spoken to the directors. And so you will see a lot of consistency out of our web pages. And we want to maintain the original concept of having a clean web design, not busy, just, salteado, just a lot of things all over it. So we're doing our very best to control. People want us to put everything on the web page. I want you to put this, I want you to put that. And so I say, okay, go talk to Nick. And Nick already knows, all right, so he kind of settles it down and he finds a way to organize it. So we're doing, I think, a very good job. If you visit our web page regularly, I think you'll see that we've maintained that clean organization, that structure, and there's a lot of other things that maybe you haven't seen, but we'll point them out to you later on. And then, of course, we have the core of our department, our technicians. These are the guys that go out and they're the grunts. They're the ones that run the wiring, the cabling, that fix the printers, the computers, the monitors, that clean the equipment, that carry it, create new labs, move furniture. They have to befriend the custodians in the summertime because the custodians, they'll move their equipment out to clean their rooms, and then we have to make sure it goes back exactly where it was before. So it's a lot of structure that these guys are really involved. And we have some that are dedicated to food services, and we have another young man that's assigned strictly to CTE as a technician. Some of the things that I like to brag about is that we did bring the Dell Blade Center
several years back, about 5 years ago. And that replaced the rack-mounted servers, huge monsters that we had there that were very old. And this Blade Center was designed for us by Dell engineers. They came, visited us, and they helped us to design the best possible network that we could afford for the money at that time. And by the way, we have a young man here, a gentleman, a representative from Dell, that is here as part of support for our initiative that we have later on. We also are very proud of our VDI project. This is the virtual desktop infrastructure where we host a desktop operating system within that creates like a virtual machine that runs on a server. And this saved us a lot of money, which we were then able to reallocate to other areas within our infrastructure, within our network, within storage. And we've had some issues, but we've grown with it, and we've been able to resolve a lot of those things. And every time that you find a solution to one thing, you find a problem to 2 or 3 others. And so with our new staff guys that we have here, they're going intensive training. We've got some scheduled training for this summer on improving what we're doing with our VDI project. We were able to, as people use the network, they find that when you use your computer and when it crashes, what you have on your hard drive, where you lose it, it's lost. And now people really, really enjoy saving their files to our storage array. And that means it's backed up every night, you know. So if your computer crashes and you backed up your files to the Z drive, what we call, then it's safe. You know, we can always restore those files to another computer. So that has been a big savior for our teacher and student data too. Before, when we had all physical machines, everything was stored just on the hard drive of the machines. And when they break, you're done. That's it. And, you know, you could lose years of work. We're also working on a disaster recovery system right now. And what that means is that even though we're backing up everything here to the NOC, well, if something should ever happen, an electrical shortage or something that would cause major damage to our central operation systems, well, since people are very dependent on their files, we are setting up a disaster recovery at another campus, at another location. So we selected Garfield because of the fiber network, and now consequently our NOC might have to be moved to the administration building, so we'll have to kind of work with that. But nevertheless, we're setting up a disaster recovery where we'll have a server set up over there to back up our files every night and then back them up to Garfield, so that's our site for disaster recovery in case anything ever happens. So it's just, we're so dependent on our technology, so dependent on the work that we put into our computers that it just makes sense for us to be prepared for what some might consider the inevitable, but it does happen. Whether it be electrical, whether it would be flooding, whether it be hurricane or anything like that, you know, and I think a lot of school districts are moving in that direction. Some are doing it cloud-based. That might be an option sometime in the future, but the more you depend on cloud, the more expensive it gets, and we just kind of have to build our way to that point. We also just recently completed the Unity Call Manager, and this is the calling system that we use. And that means that it has a lot of different features, and one of the main ones is that now when schools call outside our district, they call a parent. What we set up is we ask them to give us, well, what number do you want the caller ID to reflect? Because before, when somebody called outside of our district, we had it to where it would dial, it would show 778-4000. Well, if you're a parent and you have children at 3 different schools, then you're guessing, well, who's the one that called if they didn't leave a message? So now we're able to actually project the call number that called the parent. And we're also able to, you know, like the offices for the directors, we don't want their direct lines. And like sometimes teachers call from the classroom. Well, we don't want the the phone number from the classroom to show up on the caller ID. We don't want parents calling directly to the classroom for them to go through a secretary or call. So, we kind of are now managing that a lot better. So that is a big improvement. And we also have the means to now set up a menu system where when you dial a number that's already in the directory, you can go through a menu. If you wish to contact the counselor, please dial 1. If you wish to contact the attendance office, please dial 2. And so we asked the campuses to give us a list of the types of menus that they want set up, and we're building some consistency because we don't want parents going through a whole menu, to wind up going all the way back to the beginning. So we're kind of setting some structure to that, but that's requiring a lot of work because we have 1,500 phones or so, Tony, more or less, that we have to touch. So, we're trying to organize it to where it's the menu system works well for us, and we're also able to do it in Spanish the same way. So if you dial in and quiere español, por favor, prima número 2, or, something like that, and so they'll go to the Spanish menu. So we're looking for some pleasant voices, that people can call in and hear somebody's pleasant voice, and we already have a few selected throughout the district. So, okay. We've also done the infrastructure when Durham Middle School started their VDI, the TIPS grant at Durham Middle School, the 7th and 8th grade. Rather than contract out the wireless, and that would have cost, a boatload of money, we were able to do that in-house through our own technicians. We spent a couple of weeks in the evenings running cabling to the closets and setting up the drops and connecting the access points and making sure that it all worked. So we were able to do that, and the equipment itself cost about $64,000. And so you're talking about maybe 60 total access points that we cabled at what typical contractor charges is $350 per drop. So you can do the math, what it would have cost for 60 at $350. At high school last summer, we needed connectivity so that the principals would be able to walk around with their wireless devices and do their PDAS. We were able to do the high school. We also did the freshmen this past summer, and we set up, I think it was about 60 Cisco devices, and then this summer we look to be doing, hopefully, the high school, another 100. So we did the email migration to Office 365, so we're no longer hosting it. We don't have to worry about Exchange, and so this is no cost to the district, so that's kind of a neat service. We do support all of the technology needs for the district. We do the one-to-one initiative at the high school, the initiative at the freshmen, that last year we rolled up the laptops, and we have just some pictures here to show you. Let me see. Okay, this is a collage that was done by one of our, by our webmaster, and it just shows you a lot of students working on computers. Let me see. This is another picture. We have students working on the computers. This is at freshman. And here you can see the evidence of the teachers actually setting up the websites for the students to visit. And we have another young man here that's actively working on the computer. So they have been I think, a great resource, and I think that hopefully if we can get our one-to-one initiative going at the high school, we'll have a lot of advantages. We're also working on the high school digital textbook, and that's kind of goes hand in hand with what's going on right now, and Libby Zamudio has worked with that.
Once again, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, thank you for allowing us to do this. It is very exciting to see students when you go to the freshman campus or middle school to actually have their computers in front of them and actually working with whatever it is, resources, books, whatever we have. One of the most exciting things that have happened this year is the new adoption. All the books that we adopted are online. And the big difference between online and hard print is something like this. These are all the books that we have adopted in science and physics in high school. We have a tremendous amount of weight per backpack that causes a great concern for our students. And I know that parents are constantly talking to us about this. These are all adopted books that we picked up. And one of them is the chemistry book. And we have Mrs. Millender here that's going to show you how exciting it is to have these books online, because it goes from these amount of books
This is the device
to that. They will only have to carry that comparison to all these books. So at this time, Mrs. Millender has some presentation for chemistry.
The chemistry textbook comes with a lot of ancillary material. All the ancillary material comes online for the student, directly accessible from the website. I created a few samples here. First of all, they get animations. Animated different things from the textbook, and it shows them in the textbook where to go, and it also shows them online the same exact thing. They also have applications that have the built-in videos that we sometimes would access ourselves and download and hope that we would find them later in a file. It also has an interactive tutorial session, a personal tutor, for different things that you would not have had access to because of the constrictions of money and equipment. A student can also do a self-check on whether or not they're getting what they were supposed to get. That's very quick, and it can also be used by the teacher as a formative assessment very quickly, or as a formal assessment just as quickly. And another option is the downloadable interactive notebook, interactive lab book, and interactive homework that the student can access, download, save, finish, upload to either the teacher's website, the teacher's email, and other things. If you would like to see any of those, we can show you some of them.
The device that you are looking at, we're looking at trying to get, this is a protective case for it. It's kind of like an OtterBox for your phones with a protective shield to help protect it against breakage. And then we have this keyboard. This is specifically targeted for the teachers, since we plan to provide one for every teacher. And the students would get a wireless keyboard, because they're going to have it inside a case and it won't dock on there. So theirs will be a Bluetooth wireless. And maybe not for every student, but we were thinking maybe of getting class sets for particular classes, as the teachers were asking. Well, you know, those devices have a virtual keyboard that they can work on, but if they're sitting in a class, they can actually just set it up, and it does, you know, they can set it up right there, and they can work on their keyboard and do their projects and whatever.
Another concern that comes up sometimes is the internet at home. Well, this interactive book allows you to download any materials that the teacher assigns to the student, and the student can take the laptop home, does the work, brings it back to school, and uploads it to the teacher's file. It's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. The next phase that we have, we're trying to connect with some consultants to see how we can get all these resources and books and everything for our teachers to be online, digital online. I'm going to show you a sample that we sent a consultant to see how they could help us out so that the teacher can click 3 times and get to a certain tab where it has all the resources, TEKS, online, videos, lessons, and other things that we would want on that last tab. This is extremely important because what we're trying to do this summer is incorporate everything that we have, everything. or online digital. As an example here, and I know this is very basic, it's a draft, I don't know too much about software, but I did manage to do something and figure out, show you more or less what we're trying to do. For example, on the home page right here, the teacher would go to ELA, math, science, or social studies, and then they would click on one of them, and the next tab would come up, and it would be first, second, third, kinder, whatever grade you choose. And I am going to pick first grade, so they would click on this, and then the 6 weeks would come up, and then they would click on, let's say, the first 6 weeks, and then all these tabs would come up. And just as an example, I picked first grade, but I know that this assessment is not first grade. I was just adding things there. The actual tests for the teacher is there. You can actually come back and go back to the tabs that I was showing you, and the online book is there, the lessons are there, resources, the scope and sequence is there. All our materials will be on this website just by having someone, those software consultants, create what I just showed you, the pathway to get to here. So we have the student site, but we also want the teachers to have this so that they don't have to also be carrying all these books. Of course, the book is a resource, it's not actually the curriculum. We have all the other things there that actually comprise the curriculum so that we can have the thing that we're all aiming for, which is quality of instruction. Any questions on that? Thank you.
In the research that we have done for the deployment of one-to-ones, three things come to the forefront in the successful deployments of one-to-one initiatives. And we've done a lot of reading and research. And the first one is that if you're going to do technology initiatives, then you must have the curriculum, okay? You must have the curriculum built up so that it is accessible not only to the teachers but also to the students. The second thing is that you must have professional development, and that we plan to have, because if the teachers and the students don't know how to use the devices, then pretty much it's a wash. And the third thing is the technology, which is what we're looking at here. So that's the research that we've done behind. It's not something of an accident that we have done here. So it's taken a lot of research. We've learned a lot from what happened with Delray Middle School, what we've done at Freshman, which I think has been a tremendous success. And we have a few other projects. We have a technology lending grant that we have one of the campuses applying for right now. And this will put technology in the hands of the students so they can actually take it home at the elementary level, including network connectivity, 3G or 4G services. So we're looking at different devices, at different options through 3G services with AT&T, just different options that the principal and her staff are looking at. We're looking at applying for Calderon Elementary. So it's about $10 million, and there's about 130 grants, and hopefully we'll be one of those 130 that gets it. And then we get to the plan itself, the initiative. What we're looking at here is, I had it really nice and pretty, and then Yanakani got her hands on it, and she did the financial stuff.
I made it even prettier.
So I'm going to let her take over here. We have a 5-year plan here before us that we want to present to you. We want to build on what Delray Middle School started 3 years ago with the TIPS grant. And I think that pretty much all of us have seen in many different ways that technology is here. It's in our classrooms, it's in our homes, it's in our work environment, it's everywhere, it's in our curriculum. So we would like to prepare a plan for Delray High School to continue the trend that we started at the middle school, that we did at 9th grade, and now we need to do that for our high school students. So Ms. Valdez here is going to fill you in on the details of what we have.
Good evening, Mr. Garavedian, Dr. Rios, board members. Before you, we have proposed a 5-year general fund budget technology allocation that would range around $1 million per year. This would build, of course, a recurring allocation into our budget that we would need to prepare for. The first initiative, as Mr. Casillas has presented, would be the one-to-one yes, the first initiative would be the lease with Dell for those tablet devices at Del Rio Freshman and Del Rio High School. As you can see here, we have them labeled in the light purple color. The lease proposal is around $620,000, and it's a 4-year lease. But, and also, in order to initiate the proposal of the one-to-one initiative at the Del Rio High School and freshmen, we also have accessories that are included in the purchase, as Mr. Casillas mentioned, like classroom sets, the actual case to safeguard the device. And as you can see here, we began by presenting the 13-14, what we're proposing budget year. Later on, under the finance section, we will present that allocation of budget, and then also under the technology section, Mr. Casillas will present the consideration to approve the lease with Dell. So with our 13-14 budget, our plan is proposing $855,000 in order to initiate the 14-15 year with our one-to-one plan at high school, and also to pay for the insurance of the Kuno devices at the Del Rio Middle School since the TIPS funding has ended. In the
Continue the support at the freshmen too.
Right. In the 14-15 school year, we have the same proposal, which includes the lease of $620,000, but it also includes purchasing the computers that are needed at the elementary schools for the elementary teachers. And 1 more year of paying for the insurance of the Kuno devices. We plan, or we expect for the Kuno devices to have a life through our 15-16 year. In the 15-16 budget, continuing with the 4-year lease from Dell, we would also then initiate another lease, again with Dell, for the Del Rio Middle School, in order for Del Rio Middle School, freshmen, and high school to continue to have devices. We also, in order to plan for the future, would begin the wireless infrastructure at San Felipe Memorial Middle School. In the 16-17 budget year, our proposal will include as well the Dell lease for the high school and freshmen, and for Del Rio Middle School, and starting the initiation of the infrastructure for the elementary campuses to be wireless ready. Our plan then would be to take those devices that have already ended their useful life from the high school and recycle them or use them at San Felipe Memorial Middle School and the elementaries. Now, this is a 5-year plan, and what we did was we prepared it at roughly around $1 million, but it would be reevaluated every year once if there are other funding sources, other opportunities with other funding sources.
Mr. Chavita has a question.
Yes, sir.
This is great, and we started something that we need to continue. But my question to you would be, how true are these numbers? Will you have to add to it as you go along from year to year? Or do you more or less know it's pretty close to what you're projecting?
Well, Mr. Casillas and I discussed that, and we do have the devices ranging, for example, at the high school, I think our price is around $1,000, $1,050. We know technology changes, but we do anticipate that there may be a change in price. But again, I don't know. We would then reevaluate at that time what other devices and other opportunities we have in order to stay within this range. But being that we would be reevaluating this budget every year, there could be other funding opportunities that we would explore.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. However, the initial lease that we enter into for the next 4 years will be fixed, because those devices that we get now, we expect them to last, or at least are leasing them for 4 years. So that amount would be fixed.
Right.
Now, 4 years from now, we may decide, well, they have a lifespan of 4 years, but we might extend them a 5th year before we enter into another lease. So whereas they recommend 4 years for the lifespan, we might take them to 5 or 6 years. I know that Mr. Casillas can attest for, about, computers that we've had in years past, where the life cycle or the replacement cycle is every 3, 4, or 5 years, yet sometimes we've kept them 6, 7, and even recycled them to 8. I know that when I go to the high school, secretaries also always talk to me if I have refurbished computers that I'm sure have been around for longer than that. But for the next 4 years, that dollar amount should be fixed in terms of the devices.
So that's the addition to the technology budget. What we currently have, we've been able to maintain and support, and so adding approximately $1 million, we're able to do the initiatives at the high school, continue to support the middle school, continue to support the 9th grade, and then even not abandoning elementary, because the elementary schools have been going through the refurbished computers, and so we want to make sure that the elementary teachers are taken care of. And one thing that I forgot to mention is, there's another device as part of the accessories, it's a docking station for the teachers, where they will dock it in their classroom, and then it'll have a bigger monitor, it'll have the external keyboard, the mouse, the peripherals, like the Promethean board or anything. So then, when the teacher is done in the classroom, they can simply just dock this to the, their keyboard, and they can take it home, and work on it. So it adds a level of portability. It's a very sturdy device. We've looked at a bunch of different ones. When we went to Arizona, we saw that the districts that rolled out one-to-ones, there were cheaper ones, and they pretty much said, don't go cheap, because it's disposable. At the end of the year, you wind up throwing half of them away and buying new ones. So we wanted to have something sturdy that has good support, good maintenance. It comes with 3-year accidental damage warranty with the price quote that we got. So, I mean, we thought this out left and right, in front, back, and front and back. So hopefully, we can make this a success. And so this is what we have to offer.
Mr. Overfelt has a question.
You talked there about rolling it into freshmen as well next year. They're this new one-to-one. And of course, last year, or this school year, we began the one-to-one with the laptops there.
Yes, sir.
What happens to all those that we spent all that money on? Are we going to roll them to a different campus, or?
The idea there was, when those students were provided those laptops, it was going to be for the duration of their high school. So they will continue with those devices. Because at that time, these weren't available. We didn't have this. We went with the laptops. That's what everybody chose. And so those students will continue. And we've been able to maintain them. We've done the repairs. We've replaced. And so they will continue with those until their senior year. And so once they're done with those, then next year's, if this gets approved, then next year's seniors, they'll leave their devices. Then we take those to freshmen, and we start it all over again. The seniors can just roll over 4 years. So that's kind of the way that we're looking at trying to keep the technology recycled to make sure that we get the most useful life out of it. And
So the current freshmen, when they become seniors, they'll have the Motorola StarTAC of these, while everybody else has the new fancy Samsung Galaxies and stuff. But, I mean, that's
who knows, unless we decide to change on that.
change and give them.
Technology changes
But we're not
almost every year.
throwing away lots and lots of money on these, because they are going to be used.
No, those have proved very sturdy.
Okay.
They really have. It's a very good laptop, but we took the laptops and we took this device and this to the high school, and we had students going to the career center, and we had teachers and students came in during the lunch periods, and I would say 100% like this. They like the portability, they like the tablet type, and then we'll have also the keyboards if they want to do research in the classrooms, in the library, and so they really, really liked it a lot. So I said, okay, so they had a chance to review.
Other questions, Mr. Chavita?
I can see what you're talking about, Mr. Casillas, and I'm a real good example of that. My computer, you've seen it, and we talked about it one time. It's a dinosaur, but it still works. And we finally got another one, but I can see, appreciate what you're doing.
Microsoft DOS.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. features, and Mr. Franco was prepared to show you some, but I think we've kind of worn our time out here. But it'll interact with a TV, and that's the future of TVs in the classroom, smart TV. So, we're kind of headed in that direction, and it will be wirelessly connected. So, teachers can walk around the room, they can do whatever they need to. They don't have to be tied to a corner or to another area. Thank you.
Dr. Rios, I just wanted to, in closing on this item, I want to share with the board the timeliness of going and expanding the one-to-one initiative, because we're starting the new cycle of textbook adoptions. If we were to adopt textbooks now and not go on the one-to-one initiative, then for the next 8 years, that's right, that there in front of Dr. Garza is what we would be purchasing. And because of the way textbooks are funded, we will not have the opportunity to buy digital textbooks for another 8 years. Then the following year, we adopt another set of textbooks. So every year that we push this out, it just pushes back how we can implement the digital classroom. I want to share with the board that this is a huge commitment from the district, but very respectfully, I'm excited that it's all of the departments in the school district that are moving forward. It's not just technology. It involves both our chief instructional officers and their departments. It involves solid conversations with our CFO to make sure that we can maintain this for the years to come. We've visited, we've researched, we've read, we've pushed back. We've even visited with different teachers that would be implementing it. And even though it is a lot of money, it is very exciting and it is very timely. And if we don't do this now, again, those textbooks that we buy, they're going to be those 50 pounds of books, and unfortunately, sometimes they'll stay in textbook rooms. So I hope that you'll consider this as we present this for your approval in the next few.
Ms. Lozano?
Just to clarify, if we go digital, every student who has a device will have a textbook?
Yes.
Okay. Because we know we've struggled with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That'd be great.
The idea behind that is that it will have all of the interactive features that
Right.
Ms. Mylender demonstrated. We could go with class set, but they played it very smart. You can buy a class set and issue it out like that, but you don't have the interactive
resources.
features. You just have a PDF file.
That's definitely an asset.
Other questions? On the subject of the district's website, I especially like the fact that it has stayed clean. And it's been about a year, a little bit more than a year, because I know that was charged to administration as a goal, as a performance goal of the interim superintendent to revamp the website. And I think it went live, like last January, was it? Last February, I think it was?
It was probably
Earlier?
March.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
closer to March.
All right.
Yes.
And yeah, it's still very easy to navigate. I think it's a much better website than what was there before. And remember, that's something that for most people is kind of the first face, right, of the district, or your first contact with the district.
Job well done, Mr. Casillas. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 7I, notice of selection of the 2014-2016 Educator Excellence Innovative Program. Dr. Rios is presenting this one.
A lot of the issues that the board has asked us to work on, we were able to address through this grant. And I'm going to be brief and present each one. But the purpose was to consider the improved and innovative school district level recruitment, the preparation, hiring, induction, evaluation, professional development, strategic compensation, and career pathways. As I look back at when y'all hired me over a year ago, I remember that you talked to me, how do we prepare our principals? This is a great way. How do we recruit teachers? How do we make sure that we have enough certifications in all the areas? And this was we were able to address all of these issues through this grant. Here's specifically what we're going to address. the recruitment plan, we're gonna provide a $3,000 maximum 20 signing bonuses for critical shortage areas, math, secondary science, special ed, bilingual, ESL. We're gonna be able to provide a $2,000 signing bonus for hard to staff campuses. So if you combine the 3,000 and the 2,000, somebody may walk away with $5,000 for signing. Obviously, there'll be a commitment for certain years. Increased participation in job fairs. We were asked to the grant to couple grant efforts with local efforts and website job postings. So those last two bullets are sort of our in-kind contributions to the grant. Teacher certification, establish cohort groups, and provide reimbursement for coursework towards certifications in critical areas like math and science, special ed. The exciting part about that is as we look to apply for our early college designation, we can start now building our group of teachers that are certified to teach at the junior college. And obviously pay for the State Board of Education certificate fees. Develop teachers' capacity, provide district instructional coaching and mentoring for our planning protocol, and offer targeted professional development, classroom management, deliver instruction, content knowledge, data desegregation. Career pathways. What we shared with through the grant was that we want to take a goal of having instructional leaders. Every day as we look at our principals, we just see how much different the requirement is than years ago, when traditionally the principals took care of the books, discipline, and the buses. These days, the instructional leadership is entirely different. Yet our preparation for the principals, dare I say, hasn't changed. It hasn't changed at the institutions of higher learning, and it hasn't changed in how we mentor our principals. So as we hire instructional coaches, and they become experts at the instruction through the training we give them, if a handful of them could rise to the level of assistant principals, and they already have that instructional leadership component behind them, take the assistant principals through an academy, make them successful assistant principals, and then promote them to principals. It's a long-range plan on how we train our administrators. It's a lofty goal, but it's one that we must undertake. And then, of course, early literacy. I shared with each one of y'all the struggles that we've had in the last few years with literacy, and our reading scores over the last years reflect that. We're going to be able to add approximately $300,000 to our literacy initiative. We began by establishing a committee to develop a program, early literacy program. We're going to select advocates at the campuses. At this point, we're excited because we think that we're going to take our cluster leaders for K1 and 2 at each campus and make them the literacy advocates, so that we don't have two ends working against each other, rather than one getting the training and leading it. And then we'll take our cluster leaders at third, fourth, and fifth grade at the elementary level, and also empower them to lead the planning protocol, thus leaving the coaches to, one, develop more of the electronic resources that Dr. Garza alluded to in his presentation. C-Scope went away, and along with C-Scope going away, so did a lot of those resources. Well, now's the time to develop them electronically and house them for ourselves. So we want the coaches to do a lot of that work, working with Ms. Pond in the technology department. So in come the literacy advocates. And here's the budget. Beginning, we should get the NOGA here in a week or two. We've already gone through the negotiations. They told us we got it. We went through the negotiations. We shifted some money around to make sure everything was good. We get $1 million this year, $1 million in past years. And I'll share with the board that because it was a grant that was locally developed, that was our efforts, I guarantee you that every penny that was awarded will be used, and none of the money will be sent back to the state. And every penny of it will go to improving the instruction of our students and the quality of teaching. So we're excited, and I just wanted to have the chance to share with y'all. And if you have any questions, I want to thank Mr. Vicuña for an article that was in the newspaper celebrating the grant. Thank you, sir. That's all we have.
Congratulations.
Mr. Mesa?
I do want to say, on that Lone Star article that appeared that Mr. Garabedian called attention to, one of the ways to address the teacher shortage was signing bonuses, and I was reading that, and especially in the area of math, and it was kind of surprising to find out that most districts, the biggest signing bonus that they had was like for bilingual education, and yet math and science are the ones, the areas that, I mean, there is a shortage everywhere, and I'm especially concerned because I know that math, especially in our secondary schools, was an area that was low. So I'm glad to see the word signing bonus instead of stipend, because stipend comes and goes. One year we have it, next year we don't. But signing bonuses is an area to address that critical shortage area, and then in the critical areas that we have difficulty finding teachers, I think it's just goes hand in hand. So it's a wonderful thing. I'm so glad that you're putting this in place, and everything that I see looks great because of again, building our leadership, and you know, we're concerned as a board, I'm concerned with vacancies that we have sometimes during the year where an administrator either leaves or moves on to another position, and we're left with those campus positions that are vacant, and this is a wonderful way of building a pool to draw those candidates from. Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Chavita?
Well, I just want to congratulate all you people that had something to do with this. You know, it was mentioned about our students, you know, being very competitive. Well, we are competitive at the high post too, and we thank you.
Thanks, sir. Other comments? Yeah, the signing bonus is certainly, I mean, we know in terms of recruiting, retaining people, that money is a factor. It's also noteworthy that on your slides, it talks about, you know, coaching and mentoring, because in that same article, like Mr. Mesa had mentioned, it also talks about that, you know, money's not always the answer. I certainly am advocating for, you know, whatever we can do pay-wise, but also, as it points out in that article, things like robust mentorship programs, timely and informative supportive evaluation feedback, all of the things that provide instructional support to teachers, right, that to create that type of environment of collaboration and continuous improvement. So hopefully, from what I see here, that's a strong part of the grant. Other comments? Thank you. Okay. If there are no other comments, we'll move along. We're on agenda item 8. And it looks like it's about 8:44 p.m. and we're on the consent agenda. Does any board member wish to pull any item from the consent agenda for discussion? No? Okay, then, is there a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda? Mr. Chavita has motion, Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? It's unanimous. Mr. Chavita, you voted in favor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's unanimous, motion carries. As is the custom, before we move on, there was in the consent agenda a list of donations, so as is the custom, someone volunteers to read that donation list. Is there a volunteer among the Board of Trustees to read the donation list?
Okay. Alrighty, here we go, the donations for the month of, what are we in, April? Boys and Girls Track Booster at $800 to Delro High School Boys and Girls Track. Delro High School Air Force Junior ROTC Booster Club in the amount of $1,824.58 to the Delro High School Air Force Junior ROTC. Delro High Bells Booster in the amount of $1,336.58 to Delro High School Bells. The Delro High School Varsity Cheer Booster Club in the amount of $808.75 to Delro High School Varsity Cheerleaders. Delro Title Company, $125 to the Delro Freshman Cheerleaders. Heart to Heart Photography in the amount of $572.29 to Buena Vista Elementary. Icon Grill in the amount of $100 to Delro Freshman FCLA, Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. Jesus Dovalina in the amount of $200 to the Del Rio Middle School Palm Squad. Life Touch to the following schools: $521.83 to San Felipe Memorial Middle School, $254.59 to Ruben Chavita, $59.62 to Del Rio Middle School, $319 to Garfield Elementary, $165.24 to Lamar Elementary, $680 to Irene Cardwell, $1,959.27 to Buena Vista Elementary, $349.75 to Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary, $170.29 to Dr. Fermin Calderon. There, Maria. I'm gonna mess the. Sorry, I'm gonna mess the last name up. Blois. Maria Blois. Forgive me. $130 to Del Rio High School HOSA, the Future Health Professionals. Maxi Energy Company, $500 to Lamar Elementary. Monica Reyes, $33.98 to Ruben Chavita. The Spot to the following schools: $272 to Ruben Chavita, $298 to North Heights Elementary Student Council, $216 to San Felipe Memorial Middle School Robotics, and non-monetary donation from HEB of books and dinner valued at $625 to Dr. Fermin Calderon Elementary. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Overfelt, and of course, again, thank you to all those individuals and groups that donated to the district on behalf of supporting our students. We certainly appreciate it. Mr. Overfelt?
Before we move into 9, before we move into 10, we've been at it for almost 3 hours now. I was wondering if we could recess for 5 minutes to stretch.
Okay, Mr. Overfelt has requested a 5-minute recess. I so move to take a 5-minute recess. Ms. Lozano, second. All in favor? Okay, we're recessed for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think our 5 minutes is up, so I so move to end the recess. Mr. Overfelt seconds. All in favor? Recess is ended. Unanimous. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 10. Oh, I'm sorry, agenda item 9. Citizens to be heard. Ms. Falcone, no one registered? No? Oh, okay. Brings us to agenda item 10. Administration, A, being consideration and act to set the date for the summative evaluation of the superintendent. Okay, Dr. Garza, I need your help at the computer, please. Let's go to the district webpage first. And on the webpage, is there a calendar, the district's calendar? Is there a page? All right, great. Okay, so just for a second, let's go back up to the top. Let's go to where we can find the boards. Should be about us, superintendent evaluation. Whoops, where'd you go? The last one. Okay, open that. Pull up the calendar just to refresh everyone's memory for a second. We had set this calendar, we've worked through it, so now we're at on the cusp of May, right? So if we scroll all the way down, call a special meeting, conduct and adopt the summative evaluation. Do that by May the 6th, which is the actual 1-year anniversary. So you can close that one, and let's take us back to the regular calendar, because that's what we need to see. Okay. All right. So, board.
Well, it said by May 6th.
That's what we said. May 6th is the end of his first year. So, what is your preference? Look at May, early May. Go ahead and go to May. Can you make that bigger so we can see it?
May 3rd.
I mean, I can barely see the screen.
How do I make it bigger, Mr. Casillas?
I like May 3rd. Yeah, I know.
It's trying. There we go.
Okay, that's better. So this is what I'm asking, because I know the board, is committed to following the calendar. We know that this is the next step that involves the continuous process of district improvement, and a key component of that is the evaluation, summative evaluation, and any directives to the superintendent. So, knowing your schedules, what are your preferences?
May 3rd.
Okay, we have
One vote.
May 3rd,
The 12th.
May 12th.
Well, that's after the election, and in all fairness to Dr. Rios, it would probably be best if we were the ones evaluating. We've had the year with him.
No, just saying, because we have a workshop in Uvalde.
When's the workshop in the Uvalde is
The
when?
7th, I think.
That's on the 8th.
The
The
8th.
8th.
And I'm gonna be attending them.
The 3rd is not reasonable?
What time? Like all day?
Between 2 and 5.
Could not between 2 and 5, the 3rd.
Morning.
But the morning
Yes.
could.
And 6
o'clock in the morning?
Negative.
It's just that the election is amazing.
What's that?
Some of us will be busy, like campaigning. Just
Right.
Let's see, I'm good the morning of May 3rd. Anytime after noon on the 2nd, can't Thursday. Anytime after noon on Wednesday, the 30th there. 5th is finals, starts finals week. There, but I'm good after 12. 6, I have to write that one off. And good after 12 on 7th. May 12th, I'll have to say no, because I'm supposed to become a dad again on that day, so. I'm gonna have to rule that one out, guys, sorry.
Did you say no? 7?
Hmm?
Did you say the 7th was?
I can do the 7th after 12. Anytime after 12, I'll be done with.
Yeah, but Ms. Haynes works.
All right.
So,
When is a CTE at the Paul Pokier?
If you want to do it in the evening on that day, that's fine. On the, did you say the 5th? 7th.
well, the problem with the evening is Dr. Keys will be working every night, I'm sure. Of course, he's not here. Mr. Chavita, we haven't heard from you.
Doesn't matter, except for Wednesdays.
Except for Wednesdays, okay.
Narrowed it down.
Early Saturday would be done.
And preferably on a Saturday would be for
Couple hours.
morning.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do Saturday?
Depends on what.
Saturday, 8 o'clock. Saturday at 8. Breakfast at 7:30, 8.
Yeah, Ms. Haynes.
How about 9? How about 9?
You guys can have breakfast at 7:30. I'll see you at 8.
9 o'clock.
9, couple hours?
9 is fine. 9 is okay.
Oh, Mr. Messas, got a question.
So, I think, all right, so Ms. Haynes would be okay with Saturday, May the 3rd at 9. Mr. Overfelt, Saturday, May 3rd at 9.
I'm fine.
Mrs. Lozano, Saturday, May 3rd at 9.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chavita, you could do Saturday, May 3rd at 9.
No,
Mr. Mesa?
Just a couple hours, right? I mean,
He likes that.
I guess a couple hours, and but
I think so.
busy on the week.
I know, there's a lot to do.
It's because we have our school auction that day.
Make a motion.
Or
think-
in an evening
Well,
sometime.
um,
That is not Wednesday, any Wednesday, or not the 7th.
Ms. Haynes had a conflict on the 3rd in the afternoon.
Our school auction.
Yeah, your school, that's, okay.
Which one?
And
Saturday morning?
Saturday morning, May 3rd at 9 a.m. Probably you're looking at about an hour and a half block of time. I'm going to say 2 hours maximum.
How about this next
I don't think it's even 2 hours, to be honest with you. I think an hour or less.
suggested?
Dr. Keys isn't here, so,
But do we know what his class schedule is?
well, you know, if we pull up the record, I'm not quite sure that that would help us as far as his availability, but he's not here, so. How comfortable are we with Saturday, May 3rd at 9 a.m.?
I'm fine with it.
Ms. Haynes, you would work? Mr. Overfelt would work? Yes, it would work?
It would work.
Work? Mr. Chavita, Mr. Mesa?
You know, I could work if it's early enough.
Okay. Here's another question before we set a date. There's some things that we absolutely must have. Now, I don't want to jump ahead, but the commissioner's worksheet, you can complete that within that frame of time. Okay. We have testing going on this week. I know that's going on. I know a certain third grader who's been telling me all about it. So all of those results, when will we be getting some rough information on all that?
It'll be well after that date.
Okay.
The results for this year.
So that's not something that's,
No, sir.
yeah, we want to keep everything up, in front of us. Now, the survey, the TASB survey,
When is that? Will the results do that?
The end of the month.
end of this month.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so like within a week or so, that would be available. All right.
Okay. Do we want to wait for the survey? Then we'd have to push it.
No, the survey would be ready at the end of this month, like within a couple days. That's what you're telling me, right, Dr.?
Yes, Rhonda is projecting April 30th,
Okay.
so. She's out of town now, but I'm gonna touch base with her on the 23rd, which is Wednesday, to get a firm date.
Okay.
Will TASB present that to us?
Dr. McNamara?
Is TASB coming over to do a presentation on the results?
No, it's my understanding she's gonna mail this to us,
Just gonna mail it.
the hard copies.
Let's go. Just vote on.
Ready, all right, so. Saturday, May 3rd at 9 a.m., I'm going to recommend that we set the date for the summative evaluation of the superintendent for Saturday, May 3rd, 9 a.m. I so move. Is there a second? Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Okay, unanimous, motion carries. That brings us to agenda item 10B, consideration and act on requesting reports relevant to the summative evaluation of the superintendent. Now, I certainly want the survey. So Dr. Patty is telling me that, the projected is April the 30th. So we think that's a done deal. What else? We know, of course, the commissioner's worksheet will be filled out. What else do we want as far as reports, information?
Anything we can get as far as, I know the preliminary scores.
Okay.
Whatever we're tracking for.
So the goals?
Formative, the goals.
Well, he certainly will have to report on performance goals. That's a given. But when I say report, I mean like if there's a compilation of information, right, to be asked, if there's something that the board wants specifically. Like, for example, if you wanted a copy of all the weekly board reports, for example, if you wanted access to them, or if the survey was my big question. If you want something else that might take a few days or a week to put together, is what we need to think about.
There's some things like, we talked about exit level from the teachers, as they leave the district, that we could gather information.
Okay. That other survey, Dr. Patty, the exit survey.
Yes, sir.
Now, remind us when information on that would be available? That's probably not something
Wanda
that,
said that they typically do it in August and again, in April.
okay.
So for everyone exiting, and we've already, been having people fill that out, as of probably about 3 weeks ago. So from that point till August would be our summer folks that are leaving.
Alright.
And then they do it again for the people that are leaving about April for during the year.
Okay.
Exits.
Alright.
So we wouldn't have that.
Not that one,
Not this year.
but so what do we, in terms of a requested report, right? What type of refinement do we want to that suggestion? Obviously, there's not a survey, third-party information at this time.
I guess, 'cause the concern was how many teachers we had that left during the year.
Okay.
Do
And
we
then,
have that number?
even if we get a number, like,
Okay.
you know, that we started out with some that decided not to stay.
I provided a report, in the board update approximately 3 weeks ago, and I'll make sure that we update that and, share that with you.
And that showed also by subject, right? Like if there are core teachers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, what else are we looking for?
Where's the 10?
Attendance, you said?
We got all the information. 10.
Think that's it?
I mean, besides, ratings, which we don't
Yeah.
have.
Well, it's preliminary. Yeah, no? With Dr. Reels?
We also initiated a survey of the teachers engaged in the planning protocol, and it's more of a qualitative type survey where teachers are actually asked to answer, and we were going to launch it today, but because it's testing, we're going to wait till the end of the week. However, because we're doing it through SurveyMonkey, and it's all written, we'll be able to have that readily available, and
Okay, so that could be available by a project, okay, that's definitely something I'd like to see. So there is some type of, there's a survey about to take place, right, that involves teachers' perception of the instructional reform, and so we can get a report.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we want the TASB survey, this in-house survey, report regarding teachers who have exited since the start of the academic year. Everybody clear? So do you understand what we're requesting?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so that's a recommendation for those reports to inform the evaluation. So I so move to direct administration to provide those reports. Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor, by a show of hands. It's unanimous, motion carries. Okay. Agenda item 11, curriculum instruction. A, consideration to approve agreement between San Felipe Del Rio CISD and Valverde Nursing and Rehabilitation for the purpose of providing health science technology certified nursing assistant students with a training site to conduct the clinical portion requirements of the CNA program. Mr. Gonzalez presenting.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. Memorandum of Understanding is to allow Valverde Nursing and Rehab, a nursing home facility, to continue to serve as a clinical training site for students enrolled in the CNA or Certified Nursing Assistant program at Del Rio High School. This medical facility will provide students the opportunity to have members of their staff serve as mentors as students practice what they have learned in class and obtain their 40 hours training requirement. This agreement will continue to the end of the 2014-2015 school year and automatically renew for 1 year unless terminated in accordance with the provisions of the agreement. The Memorandum of Understanding and the renewal of the Texas Department of Aging and Disability Service, or also known as DATS, Form 5514, Nursing Aid Training and Competency Evaluation, is provided for review under separate cover.
Questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Chavita, do you have a question? Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
It is is the recommendation of the administration, the Board of Trustees approve the superintendent to sign the agreement with Valverde Nursing and Rehabilitation as presented.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Ms. Lozano has motion, Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 11B, consideration of approved professional communication speech course as a graduation requirement, starting with graduating class of 2018 cohort. Dr. Garza and Mr. Gonzalez presenting.
Again, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. The State Board of Education made modifications under House Bill 5, which included many changes to new graduation requirements. Under the new graduation plan, there will be a foundation program with opportunities for students to earn different endorsements and performance acknowledgments. The current speech course, Professional Communications, a CT course, will not be required under the foundation school program, although school districts will be required to provide evidence that students learn key communication skills, including delivery, clear messages, choosing effective nonverbal behaviors, identifying, analyzing, developing, and evaluating communication skills needed for personal and professional presentations as required by Texas Education Code 7411, Section A3 under high school graduation requirements. By making professional communications a requirement at the local level, our school district will have the evidence required by the state, and our students will learn the communication skills needed by all citizens to be successful and productive in their workplace and in life.
Questions? The recommendation?
It is the recommendation of the administration, the Board of Trustees approve the requirement that all students successfully complete the professional communications speech course as one of the elected course requirements to graduate, starting with the graduating class of 2018 cohort.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Ms. Lozano has motion, Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor? Show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 12, Facilities and Operations. A, consideration to approve the Buena Vista Gym Project Change Order Number 1. Mr. Salinas, so Dr. Rios for Mr. Salinas and Mr. Farrell present.
Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, as the architect indicated earlier, the project is moving as expected. It's on time, it's under budget. We have made a couple uses of the Betterment Fund, small things that have come up. One not so small is the fire lane that's requested. Now, in the drawings that were presented and approved, we had a new paving for the parking area, which was a basketball court, and that area around the gym that leads to the playground. Since then, I've had conversations with Mr. Salinas and the architect about the parking lot that wasn't going to be touched. So we're gonna have part of it that's cement and part of it that's asphalt. In keeping with Garfield and Lamar, where we've had construction, everything is cement at 300 PSI. It will cost some money to take the rest of that asphalt parking and convert it to cement, but then we will have consistent cement in all the parking at Buena Vista. And more importantly, it'll help us with the flooding, because then you'll have it all consistent running. Therefore, I recommended to Mr. Salinas that he explore costs for making all of the parking paved with cement rather than half asphalt as it exists, and then the new part cement. We have enough money in the betterment account where we would only be requesting $14,000. However, because we still have a couple months of construction, if we were to only ask for $14,000 from the existing budget, and I'll remind you that there is approximately $797,000 left in that bond money. So we have money. Anyway, I don't want to only ask for $14,000. I want to ask for the whole amount to do the paving, understanding that we're not going to use the rest of the money unless it's specifically necessary. And we don't foresee anything, do we, sir?
That's correct, sir.
So I'm gonna ask that the board consider using part of the $797,000, specifically $48,000, to make all of the parking paved parking, even the part that wasn't covered in the initial design. And if you look in your packet on page 164, you'll see that yellow box there. That's supposed to remain asphalt. I'm recommending that we knock all that out and just make everything cement.
And that's actually better, I'm sorry, no question. That's better for preventing flooding?
Currently, there are some ponding areas that we'll be able to regrade as part of this process when we put it into concrete. We'll actually, next to the gym, be able to lift it about 6 inches from the existing grade to where we get a positive outflow towards the east side of the site instead of, in towards the middle of the site at that particular location. Also gives us a much more durable surface in the concrete instead of having the asphalt that we would have to, in such a small area, to come back in the future and, repave from a maintenance standpoint. It just makes a lot more sense. So we can do two things at once. So give you a much better, from a maintenance standpoint, and also solve some drainage issues that currently exist at that location. Yes, sir.
Mr. Overfeld?
Under what's being proposed to be put under cement there, are there any major sewer or water lines?
No, sir, there are not. In fact, we did relocate in the beginning of the project. It was one of the change orders where the existing sanitary sewer line actually had too shallow of a slope to it, so we improved the sanitary sewer. But where we're proposing to put the reconstruction, there are 0 utility lines there, sir.
Okay, because I know concrete's a lot more expensive to tear up than.
Very much so. And to that reason, both the sanitary sewer and the water line was placed in areas where Mr. Dunlap could come back and easily access it for future repair. Good question, sir.
And the amount to do this, to pave that whole remaining asphalt was how much again?
48,300. Now, to be clear, the initial design, even on the area that's in light yellow in your picture, called for asphalt. The contractor has agreed to do his part in cement that he originally bid for asphalt. So if you don't approve the recommendation tonight, then we could do asphalt or still have them do cement. But it's just all around a more solid project if we do everything in cement.
But, I'm sorry, but you want us to release all 700 something thousand?
No, sir, only $48,000.
Okay.
48,300.
And because that comes out of the bond, it's fine to use the bond money for the pavement.
Yes, sir.
There, do that, even, it falls under
Under the project.
an institute or whatever, okay.
So then, I have a question.
Okay, I think Mr. Chavito was trying first.
Well, I think it would be best, because not only does it look better, it'll last longer. It'd be a better investment. And I noticed that it's 6 inches. Normally you put about 4, and it's gonna be a good one. I think it'll, and then with the slope in there, you put paving, it's gonna, no time at all, you're gonna be replacing it. Or rather not replacing it, patching it up.
Mr. Mesa?
The question that I had was, so the original plan was to pave it, and so that amount will be utilized now to change to concrete. In
Yes,
other
sir, we
words,
don't have to pay any more money for what was already in the design. It's the additional piece that's highlighted in darker yellow in your picture that wasn't part of the design, it wasn't part of the bid process, therefore it's a change order. We're adding to the project.
So it wasn't part of the original. Okay, just clarify one more time, because you said it wasn't part of the original, but there's no additional cost. Oh. You're talking about two different things, obviously.
Yes, ma'am. What's in light yellow there?
Wasn't part of the
The
original?
first part was part of the original one.
The first part, like,
That, yes, ma'am. That was part of the original design.
I got it.
And the
This is the addition.
specifications called for asphalt.
Okay.
So for no added money to the district, that will convert from asphalt to cement. Now, the other part in yellow, the darker yellow there, that's not part of the project. That will be $48,300. That's the only additional money that we're paying.
So we're getting some extras there.
Yes.
That's correct.
How many parking slots are we talking about?
And the newer, yeah, it's a good question. It's about 25 spaces that we're adding to the scope of work, and then you're also adding us just south of that, the additional parking area that was the, partly the relocated play court that moved to the northwest of the new gym. It gives, we were able to recapture, again, about 24, 25 spaces where the old play court used to be.
Other questions? No?
And that won't cause any flooding problems in the neighborhood.
We're not changing the direction of what the nature of drainage is now. We're just funneling it in a way that it doesn't pond or dam up on our property, but we're not adding any extra acre feet of water to the already existing drainage pattern in the neighborhood.
Anything else? Okay. Recommendation?
It is the recommendation of the administration that the San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board of Trustees approve change order number 1 in the amount of $48,300, increasing the contract amount to $1,695,000, and authorize the superintendent to sign change order number 1.
Further recommendation, is there a motion to accept?
I so move.
Mr. Chavita has motioned, is there a second? Mr. Overfelt is second, all in favor by a show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor, all opposed, 1 opposed. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll
prepare
the contract change order promptly.
Agenda item 12B, consideration to approve the first reading of revisions to DEC local policy. Ms. Valdez, are you alone on this one, or is someone else? I said that because Mr. Salinas is on here, but he's not here. Is it just you?
I'll present it, sir. Good evening again. Before you, we have a revision for DEC local. Back in November, we had approved an update to DEC local for reimbursements for unused sick leave upon retirement. At that time, TASB reviewed the plan that we submitted, the policy that we submitted, and recommended some revisions on the 3 items that are included in the bulleted areas, which is schedule limitation, workers' comp, and again, reimbursement for unused sick leave upon retirement. However, after several discussions and clarifications, it was determined that the only area that we needed to update per TASB's recommendation was the workers' compensation section of the policy, which is included on page 7. You can see the changes in red. And TASB's recommendation is to help clarify, indicating that an employee eligible for workers' compensation, wage benefits, and not on assault leave shall choose to receive workers' comp wage benefits or use their available paid leave. And again, it's just a clarification of the verbiage that we had.
Questions for Ms. Valdez? No? Okay, the recommendation.
Okay. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of revisions to DEC local policy.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motioned. Is there a second? Mr. Overfelt is second. All in favor by a show of hands? It's unanimous. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 12C is not
quite ready. Consideration of approved first reading of revisions to EIF local policy. Administration would like a little bit more time. So that said, I motion to table to the next available regular board meeting. Mr. Overfelt is second. All in favor by a show of hands. Unanimous. Motion carries. Agenda item C is tabled till next month. That brings us to agenda item 13, business and finance. A, consideration to approve 2013-14 general fund revenue and expenditure budget amendment due to increase in average daily attendance. Ms. Valdez presenting.
Good evening again. Included in your packets are two graphs, and I'm going to pass out a clear graph. It just didn't convert. Thank you, sir. It didn't convert correctly. We are proposing an increase to the general fund budget based on an increase in our average daily attendance. What Dr. Garza is passing out is the chart that we presented at our budget meeting last August. You can see our historical trend of refined ADA, and this is the ADA where the state funds us from. We presented for the 13-14 budget a refined ADA of 9,732.2. After carefully monitoring every 6 weeks an increase in enrollment and refined ADA projections, we are projected to end the year with 9,966, or an increase of 233.9. Our enrollment increased by approximately, if you look at the end of 12-13, our enrollment increased by approximately 439. So if you look at the end of 12-13, which is the data that we were using for budget, for our 13-14 year, we projected a flat change to our refined ADA only because our historical trends have not shown an increase. After our first 6 weeks where we identified the increase, we again monitored it in order to verify the accuracy of the information. And on the next page that's included in your package is a chart, just some more information, where I take the same grade level of refined ADA from our 12-13 and compare it to our 13-14. And our biggest increase is in elementary by about 138. Again, this is in refined ADA. And in high school by about 80. So taking that information, what we're projecting is an increase in revenue of $1,375,347.
Questions on this item? Mr. Mesa?
Do you have any idea, these are new families that are coming in? You know, is it basically border security, like, you know, Homeland Security, Border Patrol, law enforcement?
I do not have that information, sir. I'm sorry. I only was monitoring our total ADA and then thought of taking it to the next level, which is by grade level. Now, one of the biggest increase was in kinder, and our historical trends were that our kinder numbers were well below our first grade numbers. So we knew that that population existed, but this year it did grow. But I don't know if it's new families or not.
And the reason I was asking is, you know, I do know that, you know, we have students that leave the district and go, you know, elsewhere, to Comstock and so forth. But, and then, you know, we have charter schools, and I just wanted to see if, you know, because I know a lot of positive things have been, you know, communicated with the community in regard to outcomes that we have, certifications, and, you know, with the CTE program especially. But a lot of good things that are happening in our district, and hopefully, I just hope that, you know, we have more students coming in, and of course, my biggest concern is, you know, we're getting this additional monies because of, the increase in enrollment, but I'm still concerned with the average ADA, average daily attendance, because of absences. You know, and it'd be great to hear the other side, like, okay, we increase in ADA due to improvement in
Right.
daily attendance.
Right. Well, and this is just an increase to our refined ADA. But as Dr. Rios mentioned, under the reports area, we would like to start analyzing our data.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Rios?
One way that we might be able to identify is by looking at the growth in the specific campuses. Because of trends in where people choose to live, we can see that if the population has grown at Buena Vista and Kinder, then we can make an assumption of whether they're new families or versus if they grow in a place like Lamar where it isn't really to grow. We'll look at it by campus and see if that sheds any light on it, sir.
Thank you. And I know Kinder is kind of hard to predict how many come in.
Other questions? I know at the finance committee meeting, we had the same questions, right? Where are they? Where'd they come from?
Where'd they come from?
Yeah, because it's Kinder, third, and fifth, right? That's where most of the elementary changes.
Now we are proposing an increase to our revenue and expenditure budget. So the expenditure budget would be an unassigned budget. And when you approve the technology, once we get to the technology area, and if you approve the one-to-one initiative, that's where we'll assign payment or processing of the one-to-one initiative from this budget. Sorry.
Other questions or comments?
Thank you. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the amendment with an increase to the general fund revenue and general fund expenditure in the amount of $1,375,347 for the 13-14 budget as presented.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Mesa has motion, Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 13B, consideration to approve submission of the notice of intent to apply an application for the 2014-15 Technology Lending Program grant. Mr. Casillas?
Good evening, once again, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. You have before you for your consideration and approval a request by us to submit an application for a technology lending grant that is being offered by the Texas Education Agency. This is a technology grant that would be involved with economically disadvantaged campuses or campus, specifically targeting students that need to have additional or supplemental instructional technology in their hands beyond the classroom. And so it can be applied to handheld devices, it can be applied to providing internet access at home, whether it be 3G, 4G, or internet, and we've explored different options. And the technology grant is being offered for, I think they have about $10 million, and the agency has established that they will approve about 130 grants at between 50 and 100,000. So we're asking for your permission for us to apply for this grant.
Any questions on this one? Recommendation?
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approves for the superintendent to submit the notice of intent to apply and the application for the 2014-15 Technology Lending Program grant.
For the recommendation, I so move to accept. Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands. Well, okay. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor. No one's opposed. Mr. Overfelt's not here, so unanimous. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank Thank you. Just make a note that Mr. Overfelt stepped out. Betty. Okay, agenda item 13C, consideration of approve submittal of Head Start continuance funding grant application in the amount of $2,199,725 with NFS of $551,345 for a total amount of $2,751,070 to the Region 6 Head Start Office, along with self-assessment, community assessment, training, technical assistance plan. Ms. Linda Wanawato Webb is presenting.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. In your packet, you have a consideration to approve the submittal of the Head Start continuous funding grant in the amount of $2,199,725 with non-federal shares of $551,345 for a total amount of $2,751,070. Now, in the grant application, you also have the technical assistant training monies that are in the amount of $32,396, and that money can only be used for training. It cannot be used for anything else. But also submitted in this grant is monies in the amount of $101,500. This was money that we lost last year due to the shortness that we had to decrease. Well, yes, sir. And this year, they're going to allow us to have this money back. However, this is only a one-time money. Now, the proposal from the committee and what was approved by the Policy Council was that we look at utilizing this money in the best means possible. What we are looking and what we're proposing is that we are looking at the purchase of 2 vehicles and also looking at the purchase of at least 7 laptops and M3 players for the entire campus. Right now, Head Start utilizes 2 vans that are approximately about 10 years old or more. I can't tell you the mileage that's on them, but I will tell you that those vans transport our families, transport our teachers, our family service. Anytime that we have trainings in town, out of town, that's what we use. Faculty that have traveled to either Edinburgh, San Antonio have been stranding utilizing those vans. So due to the fact that this money is only allocated this one time, we're looking for purchasing at least 2 vehicles that we can update those vehicles. And then the laptops, of course, and the M3 players for our staff to utilize. This year, we were very fortunate that we were able to showcase our curriculum at the Pulp Theater with 145 students. However, the M3 player that was used belonged to one of the teachers, as so are some of the laptops that we use when we have been presenting at different conferences. So that is just something that's already incorporated into the grant for this year. The other item that's in the grant is, of course, a self-assessment. The self-assessment is an instrument that is used on our campus yearly to evaluate what we do within the campus. And there are several areas within the campus that we ourselves felt, and we as in a committee of teachers that form the self-assessment committee, we're looking at non-compliance in the areas of health, safety, family and community engagement, program management, school readiness, program governance, and eligibility and registration. And when we say look at the area of non-compliance, it does not mean that the federal government is saying we are not in compliance with. It is areas that we ourselves are saying we want to improve upon. And with that note, we also take a look at the community assessment and look at the growth within the community. And this year, our program has grown 39 students in the pre-kinder area. The Head Start program is 346, and this is the only thing that we're addressing right now is just Head Start. And that's exactly what we're funded for. The campus does grow, but because of the pre-kinder students on the campus as well. The other area that's in the grant is the school readiness plan. Our school readiness plan, I will tell you right now, very little, if anything, was done to alter the readiness plan. And for the school readiness plan, we also have a team of teachers that are in that committee. Our school readiness plan addresses all of the Head Start outcomes aligned with the pre-kinder guidelines as well. We also have a member of the kinder teaching staff, and he is our Teacher of the Year for elementary this year, and that's Mr. Koji. He's part of our committee. So once our committee looks at the school readiness plan, we submit it to him, or I email it to him, and he overlooks it to see if there is any item that he feels that we are missing or lacking so that we can have our students school ready for kinder. And this is a statement that he sent me. And this is quote, I'm going to quote exactly what he said. He said, "I cannot tell you how refreshing it is to see a plan that is so rigorous, yet well within the scope and abilities of young learners. Through the developmentally appropriate activities you have listed, you will definitely prepare them for the kindergarten years." Now, along with that, we were very fortunate this year to be able to represent you, the board, our district, and the Head Start program at the STEM conference in Dallas. And also at the first-year teacher conference in Edinburgh, we also presented STEM, and we also presented early literacy. Well, out of the STEM conference, Cardwell received a phone call from Pat Niekamp, who is a co-founder and publisher of the Texas CEO magazine, and they will be writing something about Cardwell and the pre-kinder program in regards to the initiative regarding STEM. So I was very honored and pleased to see the high school students receive the awards and recognition, because we, as a campus and as a Head Start program, pre-kinder program, we are the foundation of the whole district. And if we continue to look and evaluate ourselves the way the campus has been evaluating itself, and even though the feds do not cite us for something, we are evaluating ourselves, and we say that we still need to improve in certain areas. And that is what you see in the self-assessment as well. Now, when we look at the campus improvement plan, that's the only plan that is not submitted to the regional office in Dallas. However, our self-assessment, community assessment, and the school readiness plans are, and the school readiness ties in hand and aligns to what the district is looking at for the CIP for next year. So we've already looked at all the initiatives that the district is also planning for. Now, are there any questions?
Questions? Okay, the recommendation then. There's no questions.
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the submittal of the attached application for the Head Start continuous funding for the 2014-2015 fiscal year, including the self-assessment, community assessment, training and technical assistance plan, school readiness plan, and campus improvement plan to be submitted to the appropriate Head Start office as presented.
For the recommendation, I so move to accept. Is there a second? Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 14, Human Resources and Student Services. A, consideration to approve the new positions, job description / evaluation forms, and revised administrative job classification listing to include Director of Assessment and Accountability and Manager of Construction. Dr. Patty?
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. As was just outlined in the agenda item, we are asking this evening for your consideration for two new positions that were not budgeted originally. One is the Assessment and Accountability Director, and the other one is the Construction Manager. The first one would be a 7A226 out of general funds, and the construction manager would be appropriately placed at a 5A226. In your packet, we provided you with the administrative classification update, number one, and the second thing we included in the packet were the respective job descriptions and evaluations for your review. These two positions, as noted in the job description, the first one, Director of Assessment Accountability, falls under the Chief Technology Officer, Mr. Casillas, and of course, the Construction Manager under Chief Operations Manager, Mr. Mike Salinas. Each of those gentlemen have designed the job description evaluation forms. So if you have any questions, we can direct them to them, except for Mike. Mr. Salinas is not here. And Dr. Rios, do you want to add something to those new positions?
Well, I just wanted to clarify that on the Director of Assessment Accountability, that is a job that actually was brought about through the CFO with the PEAMS. When they started studying the problems that we had with the data, it was a recommendation. Now, it is under Mr. Casillas' department, but they've worked at it jointly, and at this point, it's under Mr. Casillas, but when we do the organizational chart, we'll decide because it fits in both departments very well. I just wanted to clarify that because I know that Ms. Valdez's department played a big role.
Yes, thank you.
If I may add just a little bit. Just to add a little bit more to the importance of this position, we need a resource that's allocated to understanding assessment compliance and PEAMS data. Based on the years that I've been here, we have had three major areas of concern. One of them was the 09 audit, which I believe at the beginning of the year you received information from where we lost $88,000 in funding because of PEAMS errors. Also during the 11-12 year, the CTE program had PEAMS incorrect information submitted to the state. And at that time, we did not understand how our PEAMS data was created. And for that program, they lost almost $500,000. Also at the beginning of this year, when we're looking at our economically disadvantaged information, which impacts our comp ed funding, and impacts our E-rate funding. We had a lot of errors there. And I really strongly have been proposing a position that can really focus on the importance of the assessment compliance and the PEAMS data and integrate all of that.
Dr. Rios?
Ms. Valdez makes a great point. I just want to be clear that any errors that were made in the past were not due to negligence or just an unwillingness, rather the absence of a resource fully dedicated to studying the PEAMS. That's why we're making this recommendation.
Questions? Mr. Overfeld?
No, I'll let Mr. Messick see it.
Okay, Mr. Messick.
First. I can tell you of so many problems with PEAMS, but that's historical. I think my concern is the FAST report, the Financial Accountability Study of Texas, and it shows one area that we're high in, and that would be directors. That's administrative. And so that's, I can see, that is needed. The only thing is, it's going to affect our rating even more. I mean, as it is, from 1 to 5, we're a 1. And this is district. I'm not talking about a campus, but the specific area, and I mean, I looked through that, and it outlines specifically directors. In other words, we have too many directors.
I would agree, sir. And just to be entirely clear, we're bringing this position to you now because we don't want to wait until June to post and hire, because we know that all these things create a domino effect. However, we're fully committed to studying all the different positions that we have and make some changes. Now, I don't want to mention any positions because I don't want to alarm anybody. It's certainly not our intention to take anybody's job away, rather repurpose it to benefit the district, because we are cognizant and we have talked in cabinet about positions that we have that we could better utilize somewhere else. So we're fully prepared to do that, but if I wait until the budget process and y'all approve a budget at the end of August, then we start posting for these new jobs, at that point it'll be too late. But we wholeheartedly agree with your assessment of the situation.
All
I just, I'm bringing this up because it's a tool that is meant to be utilized. I mean, the state controller gives it to us and says, do as you please. But I think as board members, we cannot ignore all that good information that comes out of it. And so I'm just saying that we need to use that tool to our, best available plan that we can put together to increase our rating there, because it does look bad. And I just hope that we look at it carefully and strive to do better with that rating.
In some cases, like what Mr. Mesa is mentioning, right, the lumping of individuals in a category under director is kind of a generic approach. Is that what's done here? Are they lumping all, like coordinators, officers, et cetera, as directors?
I don't know. That's reported in
Okay,
fast.
all right, that's fine. No, I'm just thinking because, like, for example, the way in the cohort of region, sometimes that's how they do it as far as your staffing levels and things like that. That's why it can look like a certain percentage are not faculty, they're administration, but they're not. There's like administration and staff. So.
Right. I don't know the groupings.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Other questions? Mr.
Yes, okay. I was going through the qualifications there, because this particular job is going to be up there with what we've been talking about, in particular about PEEMS and federal, state, and district there. And we get down into special knowledge and skills there, and extensive knowledge of current federal and state laws. There, extensive knowledge of PEEMS data standards, extensive knowledge of student attendance accounting handbook, or the SAW there. And then we get to experience there, and this is where I have the question, or maybe the problem. A minimum of 3 years of experience in campus administration there. In my opinion there, my humble opinion, and the question is, only 3 years of experience. I know it says minimum there, but I'm saying only a minimum of 3 years in campus admin. There's, you're going to tell me that within 3 years, we've got a very extensive knowledge of PEEMS, data systems there, and extensive knowledge of that, the extensive federal, state, and regulations there. I don't agree with the minimum of 3. That's like saying someone who's a teacher only needs 3 years to become an administrator within the way it's set up right now, and I don't agree with that either. This is a big position to only put 3 on there. I can't agree with that.
A best case scenario would be that somebody who's currently doing that job in another district would apply to move here for that job. But we know that that's not our reality here in Del Rio. So the job description, as you see there, is what the person that we hire will be trained to do. We hope that through the interview process we can find out who knows more of that information already. But that's why we only have a minimum of 3 years experience, because we know that we will have to train that person to build their skill set to that level, sir. Unless, like I said, we had an out-of-town person with experience that is moving to Del Rio for some reason, and we can capitalize on that.
Other questions? Ms. Lozano?
This is more of a general question, and more for transparency reasons. Oftentimes, people are concerned that positions such as these come along and the job description is actually written to fit a particular person that's already in mind. Could you speak to that? I mean, especially in light of what Mr. Overfelt has just stated, and your comment, Dr. Rios, stating that, it's really tough to get people to Del Rio. So we'll probably have to train someone. Well, that's not what the special knowledge and skills that you're looking for, that you state are the qualifications, someone who already has that experience. So would you be able to speak to the audience and to our TV audience to address what so many, not, I shouldn't say so many, some people have concerns about positions that are promotion opportunities being identified for someone before they're even posted.
Sure. It's a legitimate concern here in our community, because there's only few jobs within the district. And I wouldn't be entirely transparent if I didn't share with y'all openly that after being in the system in this position for a year, that I don't know the skill set of a lot of our administrators, because I share with them, through meetings, and they share with me, and I'm able to assess everybody's qualifications. So as we bring this job description forward, I can tell you without a doubt that there is an N01 in the district that has all of those capabilities. So to say that I wrote that job description, which I didn't write, but to say that that job description was written specifically for anybody would not be correct, or to assume that. However, I also know that at some point I will have to tap people and encourage them to apply for this job, to explain to them why I think they would be good for this job, and also discourage them when I think they're not going to be good for it. Of course, they're welcome to go through the interview process, but we don't have anybody that can fully match that job description. Do we have people in the district that can build their skill set to that level? Absolutely. If they don't apply, and we don't have enough applicants, will we encourage them to apply? Yes, recruitment is part of what we do to make the district run. And we can't function and be successful without it. Sometimes, many times, in many organizations, we post jobs and we don't have enough applicants. So what do? We repost. But I guarantee you that every time we repost, we look for people to apply, unless we have to repost for some mistake, because maybe we posted the job too early, which I think is the case in the next agenda item.
Well, thank you for addressing that. And would you speak to, I mean, like if I were to Google a position such as this, I would probably find similar qualifications. Yes? Maybe?
Very respectfully, I'm going to have to defer that to the people that wrote the job description, because I didn't write it. However, I think that I'm familiar with similar positions in other districts, and based on that knowledge, I would say absolutely. Okay. Now, Yanakani, that job description started from scratch, or you borrowed it from another district?
We actually took 2 job descriptions and searched for those job titles throughout the different districts in Texas, and took from them what we identified as our areas that we need a resource allocated to it. So yes, you can search for Director of Assessment and Accountability, and you'll find that. You can search for Director of PEMS, and I'd have to find the other title of what else. I think one of them was just Director of Assessment. But I did a lot of searches on the web for those job descriptions, and I'll have to check if I saved them. Because we did a lot of searches for a lot of other positions, just, again, just to get a feel for what's out there and learn from what others have already.
Perfect. Thanks for your thoroughness.
Other questions?
Yeah, I still have a question. It's hard for me to, I know that there's a need for somebody to identify this, the PEMS coordinator, or you name it. In the past, board members have been misled to all kinds of things, like student dropping out, that we had a high rate of students, and it was a miscoding, just a miscoding, but so many things have happened, and yet I'm thinking, I'm hearing, Mr. Overfeld, I'm saying, 3 years experience, somebody that comes in with 3 years experience knows nothing about PEMS. Because I can tell you, even when I was at the 7th grade, after the first 6 weeks, we find out that there's bilingual kids sitting in an all-English class the whole 6 weeks. And the teacher, of course, finally comes over and says, you know what, he doesn't understand English. Well, somebody, he was a bilingual kid in elementary, and somehow they lost him in PEMS. He ended up getting a regular schedule, but he was not identified. And so, I mean, there's major issues with that, and I'm thinking, there's no way that somebody with 3 years' experience can come in and clean up the mistakes that have been, I mean, forever and ever in our district with PIMS. And so, I'm thinking that there's no way that with 3 years' experience somebody can do it. You can train someone, but they're not gonna catch those mistakes that have been there for forever and ever.
Dr. Rios?
At this point, I want to make sure that we're successful moving forward, Mr. Mez and the other board members. And we all see the need for this position. And I want to be transparent about it. And I want y'all to have confidence that I'm being transparent about it, and that the due diligence that Yanakani and her department did is understood. If y'all think that we need to go back and revise this position, I would rather we table it, even though it'll obviously delay us moving in that direction, rather than put it up for a vote and have it turned down, and then have the assumption that the position is dead, because it is very much needed. I don't have administrators in the district that are gonna fit that position. Do I know administrators outside of the district that would? Absolutely. Would they come to Del Rio? No. How do I know that? Because I specifically have had those conversations, with them. So I know that who we hire, there's gonna be a training process, but at the end of the training process, we're gonna create a resource for the district that we didn't have before. So I just hope that you all will consider that. We don't have anyone in the district right now that I could take. I'll give an example. I could take Dr. Garza and know that he's gonna pick up on this job real quick, and he's gonna do a heck of a job. But first of all, he's not gonna take the pay cut, and two, that's not his area of interest. So I could say Mr. Garza has 6 years, 7 years as a high school principal. He's not gonna do it. I could take Ida Gomez. She's not gonna do it. We know that who we hire, we're gonna have to develop their skill set. But anyway, I want I want to make sure that we understand the need for the position, and then I also get clear direction, because I need this to be successful.
Okay.
Mr.
Jovita.
I don't think we ought to table it. For one thing, 3 is just a number. Like you're saying, it could be somebody with a principal 10 years and probably wouldn't know about PIMS. Because I've been in the district for about 38 years, and we had the problems 38 years ago. And we need somebody that can to specialize on it, and it can be somebody with 3 years that has at least some knowledge of it. And by training that individual to specialize on that, eventually we'll do away with it. We're not gonna do it the first year probably, but we will eventually do away with all those mistakes. So, I think we ought to, again, 3, we can put a 5. Are you gonna get somebody? No. You put 2 years and you still can't get anybody. So, because of the pay and cut and all this type of thing, so we need to consider all those things. I think, that would be a start, somebody that would be, knowledgeable enough to take a chance at it. I'll be scared to take it, to be honest with you, because, it takes, a lot of reading, a lot of research, a lot of, and I know experience means a heck of a lot, because it's sort of, you anticipate problems that might come up. But again, you'll get them as you go along. So I think we ought to do something about it. The problem with being existing for too long, and we wait because of a number, I don't like it. Should be.
Dr. Patty, the recommendation that you're going to read is specifically for Director of Assessment Accountability, right? It's not lumping both together?
I was making a recommendation for both.
Okay.
construction now?
We can. I mean, basically on this one, it's either straight up vote, right? Or motion to table for further information. Move on here about the construction manager?
Yes.
Okay, all right, through about the construction manager.
The position of construction manager that the administration is recommending is also a new position, pay grade 5A, and it would be general funds, which is 199 funded. And that's under Mr. Mike Salinas' direction. Falls within his department. And he is the one that worked on the job description and evaluation and sent that to my office for review and then obviously to Dr. Rios for endorsement.
Questions on this one? Comments? No questions or comments? Questions or comments? Okay. You ready to vote?
Hold on, okay, I have one, I'm sorry. On the construction manager there, so it's out in the, like you said, transparency, et cetera. This is entirely possible, this could not be a permanent position within our district. There, because right now this is kind of this is for the big projects that we're taking on there and the other minor ones that are a part of that $25 million set aside that we have there. That's the main reason for this one here. All right.
Correct.
So it's entirely possible that within 2 to 3 years we could see this one falling off the budget or going. I mean, is this going to be something where we're going to have someone on there, but with nothing to do, say we don't pass a bond for the next 10 years there? I just want that out there, that this could entirely be something that's possibly there for only 3 years. And I'm just throwing a number because of what we plan to do with that 20 or so million dollars.
That's correct.
Other questions? Do you want the recommendation as they're going to present it, or do you want the recommendation to split for the two positions?
I'm
Just
fine
for the
with it as
ready for
is.
the recommendation as they have it? Okay, Patty, the recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is a recommendation of the administration that the new positions listed above to include the following: assessment and accountability director, as well as the construction manager position. The job description evaluations for each of these positions and the revised administrative classification listing be approved as presented this evening.
For the recommendation, I so motion to table until the next regular board meeting. Is there a second? Mr. Mesa is second. All in favor by a show of hands? 2 in favor, all opposed to table? 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. Is there a motion to accept? Ms. Lozano has motion to accept. Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor to accept the recommendation? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in favor, all opposed? 2 opposed. Motion carries. Moving right along. Agenda item 14B, consideration to approve the position changes, job description / evaluation forms and revised administrative job classification listing to include Director, Federal and State Programs, Curriculum Coordinator, Early Literacy, Director, Technology, Integration, Communication Services. Is that services? Or systems? Services.
Services. Okay, Mr. Garabedian and Dr. Rios and members of the board. This evening, the administration is recommending 3 major changes to the positions that we currently have. One is the Director of Federal Programs. We'd like a title change to include the Director of Federal and State Programs. There's no change to the pay grade, and the funding source is 199 general fund and also federal funds. The appropriate job description evaluation were included in your packet, as well as a reference to the administrative classification listing. The second item, the early literacy curriculum coordinator was already board approved. That particular position was approved last August as part of the budget process. However, we did not post it, or have not posted it, and you have not approved a job description evaluation. Hence, we have placed it on the agenda this evening for your consideration. That would be a general funded position, 199, as previously approved in August, and that was a pay grade 5, 226. The third item is the Director of Technology Integration and Communication Services. We are recommending a title change or to convert the position, which is now known as the Director of Management Information Systems. And that would stay as a pay grade 7A, 226, and also general funded, which it currently is. So that's just a title change as well. So 2 title changes basically, and the appropriate job descriptions that would reflect those changes and evaluation forms.
Sir, Dr. Rios is going to make a correction or
Well, just a
clarification.
clarification. The Director of Federal Programs currently, Michelle Smith, everything stays the same, except that every district has state and federal accountability, and we need direction in both. And that's just making the job description clear, so there's no conflict of interest that one person's getting paid from federal funds and can't work on
State programs.
on state issues. And the other one is, the third position is Mr. Reno Luna's job, and we've been talking throughout about having more of a public information officer and keep expanding those duties. And that just clarifies other areas where Mr. Luna would be involved in. Again, there is no change in money, there's only a change in title and job description. And we did post the early literacy curriculum coordinator. That was just an opportunity for us to better communicate with each other. But we clarified that, and we'll repost it after y'all approve the job description.
Questions on this one? Mr. Overfeld, you have a question?
Just a comment. I know it's existing there, and this was approved long before me there, but federal, and only 3 years of experience in campus admin there. That's my only concern there. Ms. Smith's been doing a great job with it there, but in the event that she ever moves on to something else there, we would have to be, hiring someone else, and it's a federal thing. There, I don't like the 3 there. I mean, we're willing to do 5 on a curriculum coordinator for early literacy there classroom, but that's just, I'm just stating with that there. Other than that, I'm fine with the title change.
Other comments? I remember when that was executive director. Remember, like 8, 10 years. So it's gone through different variations.
Name
It's just
changes.
as state.
Yes.
Other questions for these? Recommendation?
Okay. It is a recommendation of the administration that the position changes as outlined above, including federal and state program director, early literacy curriculum coordinator, technology integration and communication services director, the appropriate job descriptions and evaluation forms, and the revised administrative classification listing be approved as presented this evening.
Heard the recommendation, I so move to accept. Is there a second? Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor. All opposed? No one opposed. Abstentions? Mr. Mesa abstains. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 14C, consideration to approve the 2014-15 teacher appraisal calendar. Dr. Patricia McNerney.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. This evening, in your packet, I provided you with the 2014-15 teacher appraisal calendar. The State Board of Education requires that school districts have a school board-approved teacher appraisal calendar, which designates the appropriate time frame for the appraisal period. This calendar is then disseminated to all faculty members prior to the beginning of formal observations. This item is typically brought to the board in April or May. The appraisal period has a beginning date of September 15th, 2014, and an ending date of May 15th, 2014, with all summative conferences must be completed by May 14th, 2015. Therefore, it is a recommendation of the administration that the 14-15 teacher appraisal calendar be approved.
There's no substantial differences from last year, so
No,
it's a procedural.
Simply a day either before or after. That's it.
That's what I
Everything's
was
the same.
looking for. I didn't see anything. We've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to accept Mr. Chivito's motion? I second. All in favor by a show of hands? It's unanimous. Motion carries. Agenda item 14D, consideration to approve the second observation appraiser listing. Again, Dr. McNamara.
Okay, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. Again, this item is exactly the same as it's been in the past with the second appraisals. So just as a point of reference or review, all requested second appraisals shall be conducted by personnel assigned by the district per one of the following options. And we have three different options there. Option one, campus administrator at the same campus, or a campus administrator at another campus, or a district administrator from the following list, which is Director of Bilingual Ed, Director of Federal and State Programs, or Director of Special Ed. And those are the same that we've had for the last several years. Yes, sir. No changes.
Read my mind. You knew what I was
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, the recommendation.
It is the recommendation that the School Board of Trustees approve the second observation appraisal listing as presented this evening.
Heard the recommendation, I so move to accept. Is there a second? Ms. Lozano, a second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 15, Technology Services Aving, consideration to approve the one-to-one initiative lease agreement with Dell Incorporated in the amount of $2,469,778.84 and purchase order over $25,000, not to exceed $100,000 for accessories. Mr. Casillas.
Good evening, once again, members of the board, Dr. Rios. Well, you saw our presentation that we did on the proposal for, the one-to-one initiative, and I'd like to formally read to you the description that we have in the letter that's in your packet. The Technology Department is proposing a one-to-one initiative at Delray High School for 2014-15. The lease purchase proposal will provide Dell Venue Pro 11 devices to every teacher at Delray High School and every 9th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade student. The 10th grade students will continue with their laptops from the previous year. Each student will keep the same device for the duration of their enrollment at Delray High School. The Dell financial terms have been proposed for a 4-year lease, upon which time the devices may be purchased at $1 at the end of the lease. Attached is a quote for the accessories that are not included in the lease, and these accessories include a keyboard and mouse, classroom sets, and docking stations for teachers, and the Targus cases for the students.
Questions for Mr. Casillas on this one, Mr. Overfeld?
If at the end of the lease, we choose not to purchase them, they go back to Dell for recycling, or we have all of those there and then we need to recycle them, or what would happen to the equipment?
Choose not to purchase them, then they go back to Dell and
Dell would, okay. And then we start all over with another, whatever it costs to start back over?
Yes.
But within 4 years, technology changing and all that, we would be needing to add to the inventory anyway?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Dr. Rios?
A couple of options that we might explore at that point. Like I said, we can purchase them and choose, because of budget constraints at that time, to increase the lifespan to 5 or 6 years. Or what a lot of other districts have done is purchase them, and then the board adopts a disposal process by where we first give the students the option of buying them before we put them out
For bid.
For bid. And as affordable as they may be, I've been amazed in other districts at how not every student buys a device. Again, because technology changes so quick, and they might think, well, it's $1, but, or it's $1, or it's $20, but there's something newer, and they'd rather not spend the money. But there's different options at that point.
And we've tried to anticipate, that was one of the key elements that we looked at, to get a device that would use the Windows operating system that is newest in its terms and will probably have some upgrades within the next 2 or 3 years. And this device will continue to support the Windows environment, the Microsoft Office environment for the students to use, and still have the processing speed to do the functions that are needed to do. So we tried to anticipate the technology. Hopefully, we did a good job with that. Any other questions?
Other questions for Mr. Casillas? Okay, recommendation.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the lease agreements for 4 payments not to exceed $617,441.71 and payment of the purchase order over $25,000 not to exceed $100,000 to Dell Incorporated.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept Mr. Overfelt's motion? Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 16, closed session. Okay, it is now 10:25 p.m., April 21st, 2014. The Board of Trustees will recess this open session and convene a closed meeting in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D and E. We're able to do that under 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.084, specifically tonight pursuant to 551.074, discussion of personnel to hear complaints against personnel, one being discussion of personnel report to include the following: new hires, district vacancies, retirements, resignations, and 2, discussion of salary adjustments to include the following justification: service credit, professionals and instructional aides, and master's degree. All final votes, actions, or decisions will be taken in open session. We're now in closed session. Okay, it's now 11:15 p.m., April 21st, 2014. The Board of Trustees will now reconvene in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D and E. No action was taken in closed session. Now we are reconvened to open session. Agenda item 17. That brings us to agenda item 17A, consideration to approve the personnel report to include the following: new hires, district vacancies, retirements, resignations. Dr. Patty McNamara presenting.
Good evening again, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. The administration respectively requests your approval for the following new positions, or new employees, excuse me. Ms. Laura Thompson, librarian at Reuben Chavita Elementary. Ms. Lauren Cardenas, mathematics teacher at Del Rio High School. Cassidra Jordan, English teacher at Del Rio High School. And Patrick Navin, physics teacher at Del Rio High School.
We've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to accept? Ms. Haynes' motion, Mr. Overfelt is second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you.
That brings us to agenda item 17B, consideration to approve salary adjustments to include the following justification: service credit, master's degree. Dr. Patty McNamara.
Yes, sir. Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board, the administration recommends Ruben De La Garza for an salary adjustment for obtaining his certification as a peace officer in the advanced category.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Overfelt has motioned. Is there a second? Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Agenda item 18, superintendent's report. There's no items for that.
That was it. I just have one question that I didn't ask earlier
Yes.
for clarification. The information that y'all requested for my evaluation, is the end of next week, enough time? Cause if not, I can give it to you in pieces. I can give you,
I think, do we want it all as one package, right, what we've asked as far as the reports? Or like, you know, if he's got something, he can send it out this week, if something else comes available this time next week,
It would
send that
probably
out?
be best, the way you can read it
Okay,
as they come in.
as they come in. Okay, so as you have it, just forward it to us, those things. Okay, with no further business before this board, that brings us to agenda item 19, adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn? Mr. Lozano has motion. Mr. Overfelt is second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. Thank you. Adjourn.
It's like so long.